yesterday.
Attention, or are you actually in the Northgate Village Apartments now?
Well, I can tell you it's been a very, very dangerous and extremely fast pursuit. They've been chasing that van right there. Now,
It's exactly what he's doing. Are you Googling the laws right now?
Henderson Police Department's SWAT team responded to the scene and set up a perimeter around the condominium.
If I travel in and out of time zones.
And the 3 key rules for a criminal defense lawyer: always on time, impeccably dressed, and occasionally sober.
The yellow sports car up ahead won't stop. Then, something happens you might expect in a Spider-Man movie. It wraps around the tire of the fleeing vehicle and stops all forward motion.
Objection, action answered.
I mean, he leaps over the fucking bench.
No, the thing is, that's my property. You have no choice.
Actually, I do, because I found friggin' Xanax bars on your driver's seat. If you want to explain something, explain those.
Cops get very frustrated when you don't answer their questions.
No.
Step back forward!
He's gonna go straight. There's a car right here. Got him.
All right, I'm going to excuse everyone. Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom.
This is fucking hilarious. So he pulls out a joint in court.
Go, 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 go.
Turn on your stomach! Stop fighting us! Stop resisting!
The injury by the police, that may be a separate issue for you to file a civil suit.
Chris, just while he's doing that, talk to me. What were you running for again? Warrants? A felony warrant? City warrants what?
Felony warrant on Kansas.
Well, I'm pretty sure they ran you, and you don't have any warrants.
I don't.
No.
No warrants.
No. It's all that for nothing, right? No warrants, no nothing.
Yeah.
Police! A little farther back. A little more. Okay, go. I'm not finna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
We're there, guys. Got eyes on.
I want to suck. Yes, I think I would like to suck your dick. I don't think so.
I prefer not to.
I prefer not to, sir. See that? I love that.
So do you wish to say anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Morning. I'm glad you like it, you to have. We have a few guests backstage. I couldn't add you all at once, sorry. But welcome. Hello. Suck it.
Yeah, suck it.
We had another copyright strike for the intro music, so I used my own today, but I will be correcting that very shortly. But welcome. How are we all?
Oh, fantastic.
Are we good? Yes?
I'm fabulous.
Did you all miss me yesterday afternoon?
I did. Once we left, I was like,
this much.
"Aw, I missed Jodie already."
I heard that.
12 to 15 inches.
Yes, the judge. And do you know how many times that AJ said that?
I just wanted to
During the
see
stream?
what people thought. I wanted to see how the men reacted to show us what you think 12 to 15 inches is.
Yeah. That's why women are so
Most
bad
of
at math.
them, you know, we're sitting way back here from the microphone.
Oh, dear. So, yesterday afternoon, hey? I have some opinions.
Yeah.
What are they?
About,
Yes, I'm curious.
especially that, well, I don't know if he wasn't a detective, was he? He was the reconstituted mini-me. The bald guy.
Mr. Clean?
Oh, the CAC unit guy.
Oh, the cack?
The cack. Is that who you're talking about?
He was the bald guy with the attitude. It was arrogant.
Yeah, he was the cat guy. The child something crimes.
Crimes against children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was not credible.
No,
I didn't think.
No. And I've completely forgotten what he said now.
Well, he did say cack a lot.
But like Brian said, what does he do? Because he didn't investigate.
No.
The DV. He didn't investigate. He didn't interview the child. It's like he just is there. Like somebody needed to put him in a spot, so they're like, "Here you go."
That's right. He was saying, was it him or the other guy that was saying there was 5 reports made and all of them were investigated, but nothing came of it. So it made her look out to be like she was creating these complaints as a lead up to the court hearing, the custody hearing, and that it was her being manipulative to try and manipulate the system. But what they don't realize is that of those 5 reports that were made, there were 3 completely different. She was only one of 3 that made those reports about the physical violence.
And he
My
couldn't
brain
get
is
those
dead today.
He couldn't get those names out, and then he also, let's keep in mind her age at the time that a lot of this was happening. She's in her early to mid 20s, so she's going to view things very different. And he also was making her sound kind of hysterical, and I can't think of how I want to say that. Thank you, Gabby. Just that she was and that she was trying to be, I've never heard anybody say they want somebody arrested in court in front of the judge. There's people arrested in court all the time.
Yes. So I was watching that, and what I 200% think that she did this in self-defense. But I actually had to do a bit of reflection as well, because it made me think. So all right, if someone is threatening your child, like being a mother, to me, it's one of the most, it's very challenging, but it's very rewarding. It's probably my greatest achievement in life, is having my 2 beautiful daughters and how they have evolved into adults. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing that I would not do to protect them. I would give my life for them in a heartbeat without even thinking about it.
Right.
And in listening to her, that's exactly what she was doing. In all of their reports, in all of their testimonies, they said no, she wasn't concerned about herself. She was concerned about Emerson. And that got me thinking then too, would I have sent my mother and my daughter out to the park to protect myself, to protect my daughter? Would I?
I mean, probably, if not knowing what's coming your way, and depending on what he has said, we don't know those things. We're not going to hear those things.
Nope.
And so, and to me, it's like Brian was saying yesterday, if their whole motive is for her that she did this because of the report that was getting ready to come out, the report's still coming out. It does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It does nothing. Yep. So I don't understand that. Like, that argument doesn't make sense to me.
No, not at all. She was doing what a good mother would do. What any mother would do.
Yes. And she's also was doing things to, and I think the last doctor kind of admitted to that she was doing things to keep him happy and kind of balanced, while she's planning her exit, she's keeping him okay. Yep. And she's just, everything's good. Everything's good.
She has to until everything is settled, until she moves out of that house and she's away from him. She has to play the game. She has to.
Yeah. I don't know, Carmen, if it would have been him unaliving both of them and then self-deleting. I don't know, because you just don't know what people like that are going to do. A lot of times, though, I think the person that's doing this stuff is they like themselves too much to hurt themselves.
Yes.
They're not
And they're
going to,
never wrong.
they don't want to self-delete because they're too scared to do it, or they just, whatever. So I don't know, that those are very hard situations to understand.
And as I was explaining the other day, I don't know if you heard it. Jules is back in the courtroom. When I left my last 7-year relationship, we'd rented a house together, and it was in his name, and I had nowhere to go. So my 16-year-old daughter and I end up spending 9 months in a women's refuge because we had nowhere to go, and I couldn't take my cats with me. And so for that 9 months, I had to play the nice game with him and pretend like there was a chance that we would get back together, because otherwise there is no way on this earth that I would have got them back.
Yep.
And as it turned out, I didn't get any of my furniture or anything else back, because as soon as I got the cats, I basically went.
Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. And it's yeah. But what you just said, and I'm not saying, well, she should have just left. I'm not saying that at all. But
You can't.
they sometimes don't feel like they have an option. Where am I going to go?
Nope.
But you just, there are places to go. They just might be the place you want to go.
No.
And
But
nobody wants to do that.
Interesting idea.
But right, like you said, you're away.
But her mum's was her out. She had to play the game until she was there, and she and her daughter were safe.
Yep.
And if she has to, and you can imagine, like they were going on about her screaming. Can you imagine reporting this stuff to the authorities, expecting someone to respond appropriately to these reports, and no one doing anything about it? I would be screaming as well. Oh, we have the court.
Okay.
Sorry. Rant over.
Field 2020 CF 3014. Present is Miss O'Donnell. Miss Field. Present is Mr. Taylor.
Can we hear?
Benefield.
I can.
A couple of matters before
I hear
we
you too.
get started.
We are boosted. Haven't really seen enough of. No. Thing is, you don't see a lot of that evidence you'd have.
Oh,
how do you prove that?
Yeah.
Yesterday, I had brought up that an anonymous reporter had come up to the 9th floor and spoken with the deputy who's there at the desk with some sort of information. This morning, 5 minutes ago, I was provided a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach dated yesterday. It says that it was sent to the state and the defense. Did you each get a copy, State?
Yes.
I did, and I responded late last evening, Your Honor, and a copy to Your Honor's chambers as well as Suzanne.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have those responses.
He just said, thank you for sending it. I said I didn't get an attachment and realized I was looking at the wrong email.
I thanked them. I told them it was worthy of calling it to the court's attention and that I was confident Your Honor would probably conduct a hearing as a result.
That's what I'm doing. Do you want to be heard on this, State?
No.
Defense? Do you want to be heard on this?
Yes. I'd like the court to question the jurors individually. I don't know, like the lawyer said, whether or not the potential juror heard it. I have every confidence the court can do it delicately and first find out if which juror, if any, was exposed to that, and then find out if they.
Is this to do with someone that approached one of the sheriffs yesterday at lunchtime?
Yes. Yes. And wanted to speak to the judge. And then the judge said, come be back in the courtroom at 1:30 or
didn't
whatever the
come.
time was. They didn't show up. So then he gets a letter from this lawyer, this attorney, and I don't know what it said, and I don't know why he's thinking the juries would have had any way of hearing anything, because he hasn't, I don't know what it is. He just said he had information about the
It's
case.
unusual.
So
Okay.
who knows?
Let's listen.
They heard anything that had any impact at all upon their perception of the case, and that was extrajudicial in the sense that it was a reference to something that had not been introduced in the court.
All jurors or just male jurors?
Judge, I would suggest respectfully all the jurors, and I think.
Even though the letter says it was a male juror?
Yes, because that's
Oh.
what this anonymous source said. But I think to be safe, to the extent there was some jurors in this location, there's limited places to go for lunch around here, Judge, so I potential that there could have been other jurors there as well. And rather than run the risk of not knowing, I think a simple inquiry by Your Honor would put that to rest.
State.
And Judge, I would just recommend that maybe we ask the group these general questions, and if anybody says that they've heard anything or seen any news or heard you talking, then we can talk to them individually, because these people may not have had any information. And then we'll spend time doing an individual on that.
The concern with that is, in my experience, respectfully, any juror that was exposed to that may be very anxious about acknowledging it.
All right, thank you. I'll bring them in individually to ask about that. Of course, we've already discussed Dr. Quintel when we came back from a recess. He was approached by a reporter in the hallway while he was in the middle of testifying, but on a recess, asked if he could be, the reporter asked if he could ask questions of Dr. Quintel. Dr. Quintel said no, and the reporter gave him a card. That's my understanding from Dr. Quintel.
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to be heard on that?
Did not take it. The card.
Do you want to be heard on that?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add that Dr.
All right. Do you want to be heard on it, though?
He didn't take the card. That's all she's trying to say.
After hours yesterday,
Judge.
I was contacted by Judicial Security and notified that a witness who testified and had not been released from subpoena, and again, this is second or third hand, and it's my understanding both parties have been made aware of this, was being interviewed by a news channel reporter in the hallway outside of the courtroom. When deputies were locking up, someone told them that this was going on. I don't think the deputies actually saw it, but it was reported to them.
And Judge, I spoke to the witness, and there was a discussion with the media, but nothing was talked about what was going on in the trial or testimony or anything like that. And I've spoken with the witness and asked them not to do that anymore before the trial's over.
This is the first I've heard of that, Your Honor. I want to know who the witness was.
The reason I didn't speak in specifics is this is all hearsay within hearsay within hearsay.
I understand.
It was reported that it was Eva Benefield gave an interview to a reporter from News Channel 8.
Give me a moment, Your Honor.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
So the uncle, the creepy uncle, did he keep him under subpoena after he testified?
I don't know.
Because he was on Vinny, and people were saying he was still under subpoena.
Yes.
And
Good morning, Adair.
request that she
Good morning,
remain
Adair.
available under the subpoena.
Yes.
Okay. I think perhaps a hearing may be ordered.
All right.
And Judge, I don't know, the state would not be opposed to a hearing. I can represent that this particular witness did not speak about anything that was prohibited by the rule of sequestration. No one said to this witness, you're not allowed to talk to anybody about the case, just, testimony and the witnesses in this trial going on right now.
All right. Go ahead.
So, not to compound it, but to the extent we're doing housekeeping things now, we also have an issue, Your Honor, with an impeachment witness to Stephanie Murphy, specifically Faith Brown, who is representing Miss Benefield during the same proceedings. She was not on our witness list, but given the testimony of Miss Murphy, we are going to have her outside this afternoon, and the court may want to conduct a Richardson hearing just for that. So just for planning purposes.
All right. Do you understand that Faith Brown may be called as a witness?
Yes.
All right. I wasn't going to get too involved in the Richardson hearing yet. It needs to be done, obviously, and I've got a note for that. All right. So on the Eva Benefield potential interview with someone at News Channel 8, you're not asking for any relief. I don't know what relief you're going to ask for, but if you're asking for some relief, I'll let you get started.
Well, the relief I would ask for initially is that she obviously be barred from being called as a witness, potentially. Secondarily, to the extent the court admonished her about doing exactly that which she did, I've observed thus far the court's general admonishment that it gives to witnesses. I'm assuming Ms. Benefield received it as well. Is she in the courtroom, by the way? Ms. Benefield?
Here she is, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to have her step out.
All right, ma'am, if you please remove yourself from the courtroom.
This is a young girl who lost a father. I'm not looking to hurt her, but given her disregard of the court's admonition, I think precluding her from being called as a rebuttal witness at a minimum would be appropriate. Whether or not the court feels any further sanctions are appropriate as a result of her disregard of the court's warning, I defer to you on.
Did you want to be heard at all?
Judge, I would just dispute that she violated exactly the court's order. And if she does testify, she will testify consistently with what she has already testified to in a deposition. So counsel will know if that changes, but we know what she's going to say because she said things already in the deposition. So I don't think any potential harm has come from us.
Rebuttal? All right. Whenever we talk about having a hearing, my assumption at the beginning of that was that it was going to be evidentiary and people were going to call witnesses and present evidence. Here's what the court knows. Someone told a court deputy that they observed Eva Benefield giving an interview to News Channel 8 reporter in the hallway outside of courtroom A after court had concluded for the day. At this point, I have no facts or evidence before me. I've got hearsay within hearsay as to something that happened. Yeah, so I don't.
I'll call it.
Well, I gave you that opportunity. That's what I'm saying is that if everybody wanted a hearing, then.
All right. Well, I took it for granted that the court would.
I'm not going to assume this is true.
Yeah. So, court likes, I'll be happy to call her and we'll have a brief hearing.
It's up to you. All right. Can you call Miss Benefield back in?
Wow.
Actually, I thought they were going to go
Hey,
with
just
the
looking at the list, you have 3
cousin.
witnesses left? All right. Do we expect to finish today with the state's case? Come on in, man.
I mean, she's going to be not nice.
Was she released from her subpoena?
No.
Reported the matter?
No.
Or any of the deputies in the courtroom that saw the conversation late yesterday afternoon? Do you know which deputy it was?
As I said, it was reported to me that some unidentified person told the deputy. So, are you the one that they told?
Yeah.
Okay, right here. Mr. Taylor. Apparently it was reported to Deputy Racky. Of course, State, you want to be present?
Yes, that's his daughter.
Yes. Yes. And the other shitty thing is too, they didn't release her mother from their subpoena, so the mother can't come in and support her daughter in court because that would look bad against the state.
Yeah, they didn't release the mom, but they
No.
and she can't be in there.
Ms.
She
Benefield, I'll
gets to
remind
be
you
in
that you
there
were
under
under oath.
Marcy's law or whatever that
Yep.
is.
Good morning.
She does look terrified.
You appeared yesterday and testified before Judge White in this case, did you not?
I appeared on Tuesday and testified.
Tuesday. Time flies. At the end of your testimony, do you recall Judge White instructing you about having contact with anyone because you were to remain under subpoena? Do you recall that?
I recall.
Okay. And you were here today because the state requested that you remain as a potential rebuttal witness.
Correct.
Now, what did you think Judge White's directions to you meant?
Well, I was told I wasn't allowed to speak on any of the witnesses in my testimony while in the courtroom.
So, I'm sorry, did you finish?
I'm finished.
Did you realize that when you decided to have a conversation with the reporter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell us, if you would. I'm just trying to get an explanation. Tell us, if you would, what you were thinking that.
Objection. No, you'd have to. It was told to one of the deputy sheriffs in the courtroom that she spoke to a reporter after court yesterday, and she was still under subpoena. She hadn't been released. So this is a hearing outside the presence of the jury to question her about what she actually said.
Overruled.
Ask her what she said.
What you were thinking that you felt allowed you to do exactly that which Judge White cautioned you not to.
I was caught off guard in the hallway when I was under extreme emotional distress after being here, hearing different testimonies about my father's murder. And when I spoke to the reporter, I made sure not to talk about any of the testimonies or anything that happened in the courtroom or my testimony.
What did you discuss with the reporter?
Just how I felt about the situation and who my dad's character was as I saw him.
When you say about the situation, you mean about the case, the trial?
Not about the trial.
What situation were you referring to?
My emotional state.
You post on social media?
I do.
TikTok?
Yes.
Any others?
No.
Following your testimony here last Tuesday, did you make any posts?
I did.
Tell us how many?
3.
3. And tell us one at a time. Were all 3 of them on Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening?
One was on Tuesday.
And when were the other 2?
Yesterday.
Okay. And tell us, as to the first post, what was it about?
I said that I testified.
Okay. And did you have anything to say about your testifying?
I talked about it being on live television,
What else?
that somebody back home was watching.
I assume you have copies on your phone?
I do.
You have your phone with you here today?
I do not. Not on me.
Where is it?
It's over in the benches.
In the bushes?
In the benches.
In the benches here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, may she retrieve it so we can see exactly what it was?
I think she's about 24. Is that right? I think.
She's in her 20s.
23. There you go. Oop.
Brian.
The chat was too quick for me.
Was that she
23.
posted?
I was.
Okay.
It was on. What was on? What was on?
She was.
What did I
She
miss?
said it was. She said it was on live TV. So Brian said it was on the
Oh.
defense.
It was me.
We watched you too, Eva.
in the bushes.
I don't know.
In the bushes. Why would it be in the bushes? Come on.
Not if it's on social media, but we started off talking about just speaking with some reporter, and now we're talking about a social media post. If you've seen it, and if she's violating the rules, let's just get it out.
Okay. I'm trying to find that out.
So now it's a fishing expedition.
Well,
If you know a violation, let's talk about it. If
She's
not,
violated
let's
by
just
talking
get
to the
moving. We got
reporter.
jury waiting.
I understand that, Judge. How do I know? She's told us she posted 3 things. How do I know what it's about? What if one of them involved discussions that were inappropriate? How am I to know that? I've been a little preoccupied, and I don't do social media.
Sir, if you have specific evidence, let's talk about it. If not, you have a team. You've got 1, 2, 3 people in court right behind you. I don't know. Maybe they can look it up. But let's focus on what we know about as opposed to digging into speculation.
I have no further questions.
No question.
Ms. Benefield, when you had this conversation with the reporter in the hallway, were there any other witnesses around?
Yes. I'm sorry. Let me re-answer that question. None that testified. I think.
Okay, so you're saying there were people standing
There
around,
were people
but
around.
none of the witnesses in this case.
No, sir. Not that I remember.
Did you talk specifically about the questions that were asked of you or the testimony you've given?
No, sir.
All right. Do you have any follow-up questions to my questions?
No, sir.
Do you have any follow-up questions to my questions? All right, Ms. Benefield, you can step back out. Did you want to call any other witnesses?
No, sir.
State?
No.
All right.
I don't actually think he knew that there was I think he was just asking, did she post on social media, and stumbled across an answer.
I think because she thought it was okay to talk to the reporters when he said don't discuss,
Yeah.
period. Like, he's basically telling you, keep your mouth shut because you're still under subpoena. The rule's been invoked. You cannot discuss this. Just because you're discussing how you're feeling, but try to tell me you're discussing how you're feeling and not talking about this case and that. And that maybe just not saying it, but you're still talking about it. She's just,
I don't know how the defense attorney got raked over the coals for that. He was just trying to find out what she'd said.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would you even say anything at all?
Yeah.
Like, just don't talk to anybody.
Yep. I think, honestly, I think her youth is playing into it. Because
I
she
mean,
said, well, he
obviously, she
said,
just came out of the bushes, for goodness sake.
she's not in contempt. They were just trying to figure out what she said. And I think the worst thing that could possibly happen to her here, they're just not going to let her be in the courtroom, but they're going to let her be in the courtroom. There's no doubt that judge is not going to let her be in the courtroom.
But I'm going to hold you in contempt, Adair.
Yeah, me too.
We're putting you in contempt.
Keep your storms to yourself.
My thumb hurts from pushing all those hearts.
Brian, do you know, did they release the creepy uncle from subpoena?
I'm not sure, but I remember that first several witnesses, they weren't releasing anybody. So he may have, because he was early on, he may have been in that group.
Because he was on Vinnie Politan, and people in the comments were saying, isn't he under subpoena? Isn't he under subpoena? Why is he on here? And I didn't get to hear all of his stuff, so I don't remember, but I do remember, like you, that everybody, it seemed like first group was, he wasn't releasing anybody. So, but maybe he went back and released him. Surely that guy's not that stupid. He just wanted to clear up that he's not a creep.
Yeah, I think that
fun fact.
Vinny probably would even ask that question. You're under subpoena. Why did you come on my show?
Another fun fact, that the courtroom reporter Jules, that's in the courtroom now, she's actually, you can see her in the green sitting behind Ashley. She said that the daughter Ava and the uncle have had nothing to do with each other outside the courtroom. They won't even like talk to one another, look at each other, nothing. And he's supposed to be like the closest relative to the father.
Interesting.
You know what? And now that you say that, I think he was one of the ones that was released because he's been in the courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he must have been released. So he was like in the middle of all that. And now that I'm thinking about it, I was thinking, geez, why'd they let him go? They should have put him in witness jail too, but they did let him go.
Yeah. Witness jail.
All right, Ms. Benefield's out the courtroom. Go ahead, sir. Do you have any argument? Do you want to seek any relief? Do you want to argue in support of any relief?
Yeah, I think she violated the court's admonition that the court routinely gives to the witnesses.
Yes.
And as
Congrats.
a result, again, I have no personal interest in seeing the young woman suffer, but I do think violation of the court's admonition is sufficient to strike her as a potential rebuttal witness.
Judge, I think you asked her the relevant questions. I think the questions that you asked her are the admonitions that you gave her as a witness, and she did not break any of those.
Final thoughts? I'm certainly distressed that, let me say first, the media policy for the 12th Circuit prohibits the media from conducting interviews inside of the courthouse. It is my understanding that our media and public relations person met this morning, or was going to meet this morning with the media to go over the administrative order again, because certainly I think the media is and should be aware of that administrative order and comply with it. The specific incident that we're talking about after hours yesterday, the facts that are in front of me are not that Ms. Benefield spoke about her testimony or the questions asked. But I also have not heard from the reporter, and I have not seen any tape or footage. At this point, I'm going to reserve on the request, and I'll make a decision. If and when she's called again, I'll make a decision at that point. You just have to remind me if we get there.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, next.
So we should get the ME today.
I don't care about the order. Just start bringing in the jurors one at a time, please.
Judges
Oh.
discussing loud back and forth.
Hey, I'm gonna head to my dad's and I'll pop back on
Yes. Yes, but I'm going to
When
give
I-
her an admonition.
when I can.
Bye, AJ.
Goodbye. We got to
No
make a
worries.
Sam's run today, so I'll be. I'm gonna hopefully just get that done in the morning, and then I'll be back. So y'all behave.
Have fun.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, 221. Yay. Let's see if we can get to 225. That 225, yes. Because I have to get to 500 before I can get monetized. Let's do it.
Yeah. If you tell him to just hold up for a second, she can come back in. At this point, I'm reserving on whether she can be recalled or not, but I think an admonition at this point is appropriate. Yes, Ms. Benefield can come in.
This court will allow her to sit in for her testimony, knowing that she may be recalled. As the rule has been invoked.
Yes, under Marcy's. Sorry. No, hold on.
Woo!
All right, Ms. Benefield, you can stop right there. Ma'am, the court has ruled at this point that I'm reserving ruling on whether you're going to be allowed to be recalled as a witness or not in this case. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I'll make that ruling down the road. But I want to admonish you about the instructions that I've given and the importance of those. They matter and they need to be followed. Do you understand? All right, ma'am, you can retake your seat. All right.
Hang on. Where is it? I love Flush.
No.
Thanks, Gabby. Thanks, you to have. Woohoo! Judge isn't very happy.
I think he's really annoyed with the
Yeah.
other lawyer
You
there.
can just grab this front chair. It's just
Don't blame him.
And can you remind me, please, what juror number you were?
33.
33. All right. Juror 33, the reason I'm going to bring the jurors out individually is that this morning, the court was provided a letter from a law firm representing a reporter who indicated that during the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, two individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So I'm bringing you out to find out, did that happen to you? Have you received any information outside of these four walls?
No, I didn't go to a restaurant. I was in my car and here in this building.
All right. State, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I will, you to have.
Good morning, ma'am. Just grab that first chair. And could you please remind me which juror number you were? 15. All right, ma'am. The reason I'm bringing about jurors individually is that this morning I was provided a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach that claims to represent a news reporter. And the news reporter anonymously has stated that during the lunch break yesterday, the reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So I'm bringing everybody out to talk about, have you seen any news coverage? Have you heard people discussing the case? Received anything outside of this room?
No, sir. I go home at lunch.
State, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Defense?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Just have a seat right there. And could you do me a favor and remind me of your juror number? Ma'am, the reason I'm calling out the jurors individually is because this morning I received an email, a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach who claims to represent a reporter. And the reporter has anonymously stated that during the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So I'm asking everybody, are you familiar with that? Has that happened to you? Have you received any information outside of these 4 walls?
No, I have not.
State, any questions? Defense?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat right there. That's just fine. Could you remind me of your juror number?
Original 42.
42. Thank you. All right, ma'am. The reason I'm calling out the jurors individually is because this morning I was given a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach who claims to represent an anonymous reporter. And the letter says, during the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial.
Because the defense attorney wanted everyone questioned, not just the males.
Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So the reason I bring everybody out,
I don't think they know who the alternatives are yet, Carmen. I think they get chosen at the end. I don't think any of them know who the alternates are. But there is 9 of them, and only 6 will be deliberating.
out is just to say, are you familiar with this? Have you heard of this? Have you been approached by anybody? Have you watched anything on TV?
There is only 2 women on the jury. The rest, sorry. They're all women except for 2, I think. I think there was only 2 men. And most of them are over 50, I believe.
Anything at all?
Yesterday, a couple of us chose to just not go to the restaurant area. And simply because we saw some people out and about, and we just figured it would be best to just stay clear of all of that. And no, I have not watched or viewed anything on media.
Thank you. State?
No questions.
Defense? None. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Just have a seat right there. That'll be just fine. And ma'am, could you remind me of your juror number for Monday?
35.
All right, thank you very much. Ma'am, the reason I'm calling the jurors out individually is because this morning I was provided a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach. And they claim to represent an anonymous reporter. And here's what the letter says, essentially. During the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So I'm bringing everybody out to say, are you familiar with this? Did you see any of this? Have you done anything to look at or hear anything outside of this courtroom?
I have not.
All right. State?
No questions.
No question.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ma'am. Have a seat. And could you please remind me of your juror number?
Just from the day when I was here on Monday.
Yes.
Number 21, I believe.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, ma'am. The reason I'm talking to each of the jurors individually is because I received a letter this morning from a law firm in West Palm Beach. And they claim to represent an anonymous reporter. And what the letter says is during the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So I'm bringing everybody out to say, are you familiar with that? Do you know anything about it? Or have you looked at anything outside of these 4 walls during this trial?
No, I'm not aware. The only situation I do know, one of the jurors, Ted, I believe mentioned he was out to lunch. And he mentioned that he did get it. He got up and left a restaurant. But that's all he mentioned. He said he felt uncomfortable and left.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
State.
No
Oh, hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. They just like in trial, they get a chance to ask their questions
Yes,
too.
no
State.
questions, Judge.
No question.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please remind me of your juror number?
My original one or here?
Originally.
29.
All right. Thank you. Ma'am, the reason I'm bringing everybody in individually from the jury is because this morning I received a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach, and they claim to represent an anonymous reporter. And here's what the letter says. During lunch on yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So the reason I bring everybody out is to say, do you know anything about this? Have you heard anything about this? And also, have you viewed or seen anything outside of this courtroom?
No, I haven't. And I brought my lunch yesterday and ate downstairs on the table.
State?
No questions.
No question.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right. Hello, sir. Can you please
Congratulations,
remind me
Becca.
of your juror number for Monday?
43.
Thank you, sir. The reason I'm bringing all the jurors out individually is because I received a letter this
This has got to be the last one, surely, doesn't it? I've lost count.
morning from a law firm in West Palm Beach, and they claim to represent an anonymous reporter. And here's what the letter essentially says. During the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So I'm calling everybody out individually to say, do you know anything about this? Are you aware of this situation? And also, have you been following the court's admonitions? Have you been influenced? Have you seen anything outside of these 4 walls?
Yes, Your Honor, that was me at the restaurant.
Oh.
I was getting my lunch to go, and I was keeping everything out of my view and wasn't looking at anything on the news. And I left immediately because I felt uncomfortable, and I haven't gone back to the restaurant.
Thank you.
That's what I did. I ate my lunch in the park right out in front of the courthouse.
All right, sir. So when you said you weren't paying attention, was that to the television?
That's correct. I was not in the view of the television at all, and I asked the business owner to pack my lunch to go so I could leave.
And did you overhear 2 individuals in that restaurant discussing a witness's testimony?
I did not.
State?
No question.
No question.
Thank you, sir. All right. Hello, ma'am. Can you please remind me of your juror number from Monday?
38.
38. Thank you.
What was the number, Judge?
38.
Thank you.
Ma'am, here's why I'm calling everybody out individually. This morning, I received a letter from a law firm in West Palm Beach, and I want to talk to everybody individually. And they claim to represent an anonymous reporter. And the letter says, essentially, during the lunch break yesterday, the news reporter walked to a restaurant near the courthouse for lunch. Inside, there was a large screen television playing coverage and commentary of the trial. Additionally, 2 individuals in the restaurant were discussing a witness's testimony. The conversation occurred within earshot of a man who the news reporter recognized to be a juror in the case. So the reason I'm calling everybody out individually is just to say, do you know anything about this? Have you heard anything about this? And have you seen any news or anything outside of these 4 walls about this?
He was in a restaurant and the trial was being broadcast on the screen above his head, but he didn't watch it, and he then got his lunch to go. So he didn't talk, no, but the daughter Ava did. Oh, whoops. I just did an AJ.
Walls about this case. State? No?
No question.
Defense?
No question.
All right, thank you, Mayor. All right, the jury's out. State, do you want to be heard on this issue? Defense?
No.
All right, the letter that I received from the law firm is going to be filed in the court file.
Right, let's get on with it, shall we?
Had some knowledge confirming his story.
Confirming his story. Okay.
He requested the TV be turned off.
Hot
He
mic,
requested
hot mic.
it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good.
The deputy has informed me that somebody in the audience was at the same restaurant. And again, this is hearsay within hearsay. Would confirm that the juror asked for the television to be turned off.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody want me to find out who that is and have them brought forward? State?
Give me just a moment. No, Your Honor.
All right. So is there anything else we need to take up before we get started with
today's case?
Not from the state.
Not from the defense. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. He's not a happy camper still, though, is he? Social media, huh? Who'd watch YouTube? All rise.
Or y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody, as a group again. Just need to confirm that we kind of talked about this individually just a moment ago, but that no one has talked amongst yourselves about the case or began your deliberations. No one's talked with anybody outside of the jury about this case, and no one has done any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Everybody says no. When we left off yesterday, the state was still presenting its case. State, call your next witness.
State called Sergeant Brian Keelis.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Closer.
12 to
My name is
15
Judge
inches.
Ryan, presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right. There you go. And if you just speak in a loud, clear voice right into it, it should be just fine. If we hear you breathing, you're too close. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your first and last name.
Brian Keelis, BrianQuiles,
Where do you work?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
About 19 and a half years.
What is your current position with them?
I'm the supervisor of the Technical Services Unit.
And you're, I don't know if I said this, you're a sergeant?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the Technical Services Unit?
It's a unit that gets involved in the technical aspects of criminal investigations. One of the responsibilities is downloading data from cell phones and analyzing that data.
And prior to your current position, what positions did you have at the Sheriff's Office?
Several. I started on the road, moved over to a cops unit, eventually moved over to the Special Investigations Division as an undercover detective for a couple of years. After that, there was a position involved in, again, technical aspects of investigations. It just wasn't called the Technical Services Unit at the time. And that's until I did that position for a number of years until I was promoted, and eventually the Technical Services Unit started, and that's when I started supervising that unit.
And what training and education do you have to do your current position?
I've had probably over around 800 hours of various technical training, some related to cell phones, some related to technical surveillance, but roughly 800 hours of total training.
Okay. And I want to talk about specifically cell phones and how you deal with those. So how much training would you say you've had in cell phones and analyzing cell phones?
It's probably a third of that 800, so around 250, 260, something like that.
Okay. When you do what I call a forensic examination of a phone, what do you do? Just briefly.
It's really a case by case basis. There's it's each phone. It's somewhat of a research project. There's so many variables, but ultimately that phone will get plugged into a forensic workstation. Software would be used to be able to download or extract that data from that cell phone, and that same forensic workstation will use software to be able to decode or parse that data to be able to review it.
When you download, I call it dump, a cell phone. When you dump the information from a cell phone, is it voluminous?
Yeah, it can be. Yes, it's quite a bit.
Okay. And is it easy to interpret without help?
No, you definitely need a certain expertise to be able to look at it. You need software to make it a little bit more of a convenience to be able to look at it, but definitely need some assistance to be able to do it.
And do you have programs, software that helps you with that?
Yes.
What are the names of the ones you use?
Our main state program is Cellbrite. It helps us extract the data. If it needs to bypass encryption and bypass locks, it'll help us do that as well. There's other programs that we use, Gray Shift, excuse me, as well, to be able to unlock the data and extract it. We have toolkits that I like to refer to of data or of software to be able to use.
And give me a general idea of how many phones you've done this with.
Me personally, hundreds. I want to say the unit as a whole has steadily done 200 to 300 leading up to about 2002, and that has increased probably closer to about 500 devices for this year alone, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so the unit 500 devices for this year.
Yes.
And when you use software like Cellbrite or Gray
Shift,
does it allow you to put whatever data you want, for instance, pick out what you want and put it in an easily readable form?
You can filter the reports that the software displays, and if you only want it to include messages, you can create a report with just those messages. Sure.
So, for instance, on just your average cell phone, if you did a cell phone dump, you would get messages like text messages.
Yes.
And emails.
Yes.
Internet searches.
Yes.
And all different things that would be on your phone.
If those data transactions exist on the phone, you will typically get those.
Okay. So this software allows you to pare that down to what you want.
Yes.
In the instant case, were you asked to do extractions on 2 phones?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as States Exhibit 11 and 12. You can take a look at both of those. Can you tell me what those are?
These are the 2 cell phones that I had done examinations on. One of them belonging to Doug Benefield, the other one belonging to Ashley Benefield.
And is that the evidence tag that's on there? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And does it have your information on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So did you go through the process that you just explained with both of these phones?
There were differences in the process, but ultimately we were able to get a path to data and produce a report for that data.
Okay. And which one were you able to extract first?
Doug's phone, we were able to extract first.
Okay. And then were you able to extract data from Ashley's phone?
We were able to eventually. It did take quite some time.
Okay. Why did it take quite some time?
That phone, it was passcoded, or it had a PIN code. I want to say it was a 6-digit PIN code, and the software it took a long time to actually bypass that encryption or that PIN.
Okay, so if you don't have the passcode or a way to get into the phone, your system can do that?
Yes, it varies in length of how long it could take to bypass, but yes, the system allows for that.
Okay, and you called one of those Doug's phone and one of those Ashley's phone. When you do extractions of the data, Do you get information about identifying who owns the phone?
Yes.
And can you just explain what that is?
Yeah, a lot of the times, especially with iPhones, you'll have an Apple ID that could be associated with the person that owns a phone. In the contact information, it'll have the owner's information, so it's pretty easily identify who that phone belongs to, especially with iPhones.
Okay, and the one phone, I'm not sure if it's 11 or 12 that you said was Doug's phone.
12.
12. Did that have identifying information on it?
Yes.
That identified it as Doug's phone?
Correct.
And then for Ashley's phone, same question.
Yes.
Did you prepare a spreadsheet for this case?
I did.
And what is on the spreadsheet?
It was communication between Ashley and Doug extracted from Ashley's phone from September 20th of 2020 until September 27th of 2020.
And when you say communication, what do you mean?
In that particular report, it was mainly text messaging back and forth. There were a few phone calls and I want to say at least one email, but mostly text messages.
Okay. And you said you prepared the spreadsheet from Ashley's phone. Did you also look at the information from Doug's phone to compare that information was on his phone as well?
Yes.
Okay. And was it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98. You can tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is it?
This is the CD containing the Excel spreadsheet that we just talked about.
Okay. And when you said there's communications between the two, if there were any attachments to those communications, would they also be in your spreadsheet?
Yes, they would. Yes.
And you looked at this
Yes.
disk, and is it accurate based on the spreadsheet that you created?
Yes.
State would enter into evidence State's 98.
Any objection to State's Exhibit 98?
No.
Received.
So I'm going to publish the spreadsheet now. If we could turn down the lights and potentially, it's a little difficult to read, potentially shut the blinds.
This should be interesting.
Okay, so I know this is very small, at least from where I'm sitting. I don't know if I have handed you an exact copy, a hard copy. So I don't know what is easier for you to read. I know that print is very small as well. Sure.
Sidebar. What's with the lally front style here? Oh, look. L. Skippity doo dah. Skippity yay. Happy Nana? Right.
Are you going to read from the one in front of you or the one behind you?
I'm going to attempt to read the one in front.
Okay, because I can try and make this a little bigger once we get through what we're looking at. So I have a laser pointer for you. So the red button is yours. And I have one as well. I do want to talk a little bit about these attachments that are on the phone or on this spreadsheet. Are you able to tell when you look at one of these attachments where that image or picture or video came from?
It depends on each attachment. There could be metadata there that the attachment could have been from a screenshot. It could have been from the actual phone, taken with the actual phone. So it just, again, case by case basis.
Okay. So there is a video on this phone that, and I just want to draw your attention to it, that shows some people at a restaurant. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I'm not, no.
Let me hold on one moment and I'll let you know which one it is. It's line number 25 on your spreadsheet.
I don't know who Dorothy is. All right. I'll write
Can
it
you
down.
tell from what you're looking at where that video came from? Or do you recall from your investigation before where that video came from?
Based on what I'm looking at, it's an attachment from a text message from Doug Benefield to Miss Benefield.
Okay. And when you looked at Doug Benefield's phone, could you tell whether this movie was taken on his phone or sent to his phone?
I don't have a recollection of the actual metadata of the video itself on either phone. This is just looking at it from the attachment perspective, not the specific video itself.
Okay. If we could approach Judge.
Again? Oh, okay. Dorothea Helen Puente. I would say it would be good bedtime watching, but my bedtime is daytime at the moment. Let's fast forward.
Okay. So let me hook this back up. And let's talk about what we're looking at first.
That's why I'm eating
Try and
M&Ms.
make this a little bigger so
Keep me awake.
see it. All right. So the first column just has the number of the entry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the second column is what?
It's just the type of entry it is.
And give me a couple of examples of the type of entry that it is into the phone.
In this timeline, it's labeled as an instant message. If it was a phone call, you would see phone call. If it was an email, you would see email.
Okay. And what does instant message mean? Is that a text?
It's a text.
Okay. And then the third column is what?
It's the direction of that transaction. It's specifically dealing with messages, whether it's incoming or outgoing.
Okay. So that would be incoming or outgoing from Ashley Benefield's phone.
Correct.
All right. And then the next column?
It's whether or not that data transaction has an attachment.
Okay. And then the next column?
It's the date.
And the next?
And it says time, but it also has the date and the time in the correct time code and time zone.
Okay. You said correct time zone. Can you explain that real quick?
So if you see UTC -4, UTC is what's considered standard time for world clocks. The time where the prime meridian is in the world, you subtract from that and you come up with a time code or the time zone that you're in. We are currently in -4. We're technically -5, but because daylight savings times, we actually subtract -4.
Okay. So does your software do that automatically?
No, the 911 call was played on day one. I haven't saved it as separately, but it was the next door neighbor. It came in through his testimony. I think his last name was Sands, but we played it yesterday during the lunch recess. We played the 911 call.
Yes.
So when it says at the first line, it says 8:20.02, and that says UTC -4. That is the current Florida Bradenton time.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next column. And I made it bigger on the screen if it's easier for you to see.
I can see it
Okay.
fine here. The party is
Mhm.
the people that are a part of the actual message.
Okay. And are
It's
these
worth listening to.
labels the names that are entered into Ashley Benefield's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And the next column?
The description, well, in this case, the first one is blank, but ultimately we'll have the body of a text message. Sometimes it'll be empty depending on the nature of it, but that's where the body of the text messages would be.
Okay. So the next column.
The source is just the software's way of saying if it was a native message or if it was taken with a third-party application.
Okay. And the next column.
The attachment is the actual file itself and the file name.
And then the last column.
The source file information has a lot of metadata where that file actually exists and the file paths and the size. And if you look at the table, all this information comes from databases and it explains where or what table the database that this message or this
Just read the
data
dang
flies.
messages.
Okay. So let me move it back over. So after we get through this explanation, we'll move much faster. But the first message is what? If you could just explain to us what that is.
Item number 1 is listed as a message. It's an incoming message with an attachment, and appears there's no body to it. In other words, there's no actually text string. It's just the actual attachment itself.
And who is it from and who is it to?
It's from Doug to, I'm just going to say the name that's on the actual.
That's fine.
It says Ashley Christina.
Okay. And is this the attachment?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just read for the record what that says.
It says, am I now trying to win the favor and approval of men or of God? Or am I seeking to please someone? If I were still trying to be popular with men, I would not be a bondservant of Christ.
Okay.
And then the next message is what?
Number 2 appears to be an outgoing message. It's from Ashley Christina to Doug Benefield.
And how much later than the first message is that?
About 2 hours, it appears.
Okay. And so from Ashley to Doug, and what is it?
Hot and sweaty bride.
The description says loved an image.
It's hot in there.
Love the image from
Correct. It's more of an action than actual writing something out.
Okay. She didn't type loved image.
No.
The phone is saying that she hit some button.
Correct.
To love the image. All right. And then the next message is from right about the same time. And that says what?
Same time, that says good morning. There's another little icon after it, but it just didn't come out on here.
Okay. And then if you could just continue to read.
The next message, number 4.
Right, the next message. Who, if you can just say what time,
Okay.
To and from, and then what the message is.
So the next message sent around the same time, 10:36 a.m. It's from Doug to Ashley Christina. It says good morning with a few emojis. Then the next message after that, appears to be an attachment, and that's at 11:43 from Doug to Ashley Christina.
And what is the message right after that? Oh, I just went too far. Right after the attachment, I'm sorry.
Right after the attachment?
Yes.
It would be number 6. It's a message at 9:20, 11:43 from Doug to Ashley, and it says run baby run with a few emojis.
Okay. And so now I'll just play the attachment. Okay, so Doug says run baby run to Ashley, and then what does she do?
That would be number 7. It's a instant message right after. It's at 12:16, and it just says laughed at a movie.
Okay. And if you can just keep reading.
Number 8 would be an outgoing message. It's from Ashley to Doug. It's on the same date at 12:16 p.m. It's just a few emojis. They appear to be laughing emojis.
And you don't have to mention the times right now until it switches a large
Okay.
time span. So go ahead.
The next would be an incoming message from Doug to Ashley asking ready to rock and roll. The next is from Ashley to Doug, give me a few LOL, trying to round up the cats. It's like trying to teach a ballet to squirrels. The next is an incoming message from Doug to Ashley, says ha with exclamation points. The next is
And we've established that it's all either from Doug to Ashley or Ashley to Doug.
Correct.
So if you can just say who's speaking and then the message from this point.
number 12 from Doug. He says, that's funny. After that, it's from Doug. It says he's liked, give me a few. It's basically liking a previous text message and it just repeats.
Okay.
The next is an outgoing from Ashley. It says, OMG, I'm exhausted, LOL. The next is also from Ashley. You can come over now.
Now, I didn't ask you about the color coding on this, but what do the colors mean?
It was just to make it easier to read which one was outgoing, and on all the outgoings, which is Ashley's phone, are Ashley's phone, and the incoming is the other color.
And so the outgoings are what color?
The outgoings are the blue gray.
Okay. Or
I'm sorry, blue gray. The outgoing is the orange.
the orange. Okay. So if Ashley's speaking, it's orange. If Doug's speaking, it's gray.
Correct.
Okay. So I believe we ended it. OMG, I'm exhausted. LOL. Go ahead.
I believe I had stated the outgoing message. You can come over now. Number 16 from Doug. Hot. Need to video the rodeo. Okay, headed that way. From Ashley, she responds. She liked what he had said earlier and just repeats. Incoming from Doug. I'm walking around to back. The response, I can let you in the front, or which, and then adds to that, whichever. He responds, okay, front good. She responds with a thumbs up. He responds, me and XS boxes arrived. She responds, LOL. He responds with a message that includes an attachment without a body. Then there's a call log, which is number 26. It's an outgoing call log to Doug for, I believe, 11 seconds.
Okay. And then let me scroll down on here. After the phone call, what happens? Oh, let me back up just a second. What time was that phone call?
Same date, 9/27/24 in the evening.
And then at
I was thinking that coming.
that next entry, what is it?
It is a message from Doug. It says, good night, sweetie, theta waves with a couple emojis. I'll be done by 1 tomorrow and plan on joining the party. And then there's an outgoing, and then again, another action of just loving that previous text message. And then there was a response at 9:23 that says good night with a couple emojis. Ha, you sure you want to come hang out with the slum? ? And 9:23 he responds, yep, be smeshin' at the slummin'. 9:24 there was again an action of laughed at the previous message.
Okay, so that was at 9:24 p.m. and it looks like the next entry is at 7:36 a.m.
Correct.
And what is that?
That is believes to be an attachment without a body. It's a long string of characters, JPEG image.
And that came from Doug or to Doug?
That was from Doug.
And I'm going to display the attachment. You don't have to read all of this, but what is this?
Just another Bible verse.
So after the Bible verse, what is the next thing that happens?
She appears that she loves the image and then responds with good morning. He responds back with good morning with several emojis, and hours later responds with or says headed that way in about 30 minutes.
So that's approximately 3 hours later. He says headed that way in about 30 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a response from Ashley that says, oh, hey, wow, you done for the day? Don't rush because of us. We're out for a walk now. Not in a rush to get started today, LOL. We'll have to round up the cats when we get home anyway. There's a response from Doug, oh, nice, a little breezy, which helps. Getting early start so can finish up early to come over and be with y'all and play W. Emerson, typically shorthand for with Emerson. Free y'all up some. Just ping when good to head over. And Ashley responds with a like of that previous message. And then responds with will do, and also adds in a new text message, want to grab a can opener at Publix on your way over, ? LOL. I of course packed the one we had. He responds, ha, too funny. Yep, we'll get one. She responds, thank you, trying to get the cats, LOL. And after that, there's an incoming message. Appears to be an attachment as well.
Boop.
That was it.
Go ahead. Some of these attachments don't open on this computer. Can you explain kind of why that is?
I think that one of the previous videos that you had, sometimes it's a codec issue. The files are actually not necessarily embedded in the actual spreadsheet itself, but I can take this same file and bring it over to another computer, and it may open. It just depends. It depends on the computer how it's set up to open that particular file.
Okay.
Yep. I don't see any
So
point to
after
these
the
messages yet.
attachment, I'm trying to slide this back over. Let's see. Let me try to open this. Okay, so this is one that will not open. So I slid it back over. If you could tell us again, starting at 46, I believe it is.
Well, after that attachment, it's 45.
Or 45, sorry.
And it's an incoming, says from Doug, in the crazy loop at Gay, Gaye. And it's probably a misspelling because he corrected himself and put gate in the next message. There is a call log that has 0 seconds to it at 3:17, and then an incoming message walking around back, and then
So the walking around back is approximately what time?
3 o'clock in the afternoon, or
And then
3:21.
The next message is approximately what time?
9 o'clock at night.
And that message is?
Good night. And she responds at 9:22 with good night and looks like a sleeping emoji.
And the next communication?
The next would be an incoming message from Doug to Ashley. Appears to be an attachment.
I don't know, Carmen.
Some type of JPEG image.
And you don't have to read this, but what is it?
It's another Bible verse.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we're on, after that attachment, we're on 52.
Yes.
It is incoming message from Doug. Says good morning with some emojis. Hope you slept okay. She responded at 9:28. Loved the image, or loved an image, and also an additional good morning. Doug then emphasized the good morning, just another action that he took on a previous message. And the next communication was at 11 o'clock a.m. with a wave emoji, looks like. And at 11:22, he responds again with how's morning. She responds with also a wave emoji at 11:26, then says, good, the scramble to get all the loose ends tied up, LOL. He responds, no kidding, I'm done. Around 1, we'll head that way. Been going since like 3 a.m., LOL. She responds, OMG, 3, why is that? He responds, just to get work done so can pack. Love mornings all quiet. She responds, ha, okay then. He responds, Spark is best friend, LOL. She laughed, another action for that message. And another response from Doug, finished up here, yay, headed that way.
And what time was that?
That was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:17.
And then after that?
At 1:19, she says, oh, take your time, no rush in, not in a rush today. And at 1:20, a response, LOL, with an emoji, think we all are getting pooped from the efforts.
I can notice a common thread in these messages. Did you notice every time he says that he's going to head that way, she's like, oh, no, take your time. It's okay. We're not in a rush today. In other words, okay, if you have to.
She responds with liked a previous message and it just repeats. There's also a laughed at LOL, again, laughing at a previous message. Then another message at 1:36 says, can you think of anything we need at Lowe's or anywhere? Then there's actual call log at 1:42 that lasts about 49 seconds. And that was from Doug too, actually. And then at 3:30, there's a message from Doug, headed that way in a few minutes. I'd nothing need. And a message from Ashley. Alrighty, we are just out for a walk. Still can't think of anything needed at the moment.
Yep. She's, I'm busy at the moment, but okay, well, take your time. Yeah. Been there, done that. And yes, make it stop. Make it
There's an
stop.
action liked already, and the message repeats from a previous message. Doing front gate, I'm assuming circle, but CIRCL, and a call log from Doug to Ashley with 0 seconds. Incoming from Doug, I'm here. And it looks like another call log for about 20 seconds.
And that's about, I'm sorry to interrupt. That's about what time?
That was at 3:56 in the afternoon.
And the next message is at about what time?
9:26 p.m. It's a message from Ashley Christina to Doug. It says good night with an emoji. And then after that, Doug responds, good night, precious girls. And after that,
you're playing the game.
Again, an action of loving that previous response. And the next several messages appear to be related to attachments.
Okay. So the next attachment I'll put up.
Can you move your head in the...
Who were these attachments sent from?
These were from Doug to Ashley Christina.
That's not a bad thing, Carmen.
In the middle of this. So it would be, I'm not getting the lines correct, but I think it's line 87 maybe? At 9:29:35.
9:29:35 is line 86.
Okay.
And that's another action of loving an image.
Yeah, so she's responding by just liking what he says, but not actually engaging in the conversation, so to speak. But if she doesn't respond, there'll be consequences. So she has to do something to acknowledge that
So all
message.
of these attachments were sent from Doug's phone to Ashley's phone.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's a series of responses from Ashley. Can you tell me what those are?
It's the previous action that we've referenced where she physically takes an, it's not word that she's typing, it's just physically within the operating system of iOS, it allows you to take an action on an image. In this case, she loved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
6 images.
Okay. Let me get it back centered again. So after she loved the images, there's an entry where she types a message. What is
Yes.
that?
That's at 9:31 at night. She responds, "All these are sweet, thank you." And he responds with an action that he loved the previous message, and then responds with y'all rock my world with a heart emoji. And she responds again with an action of loving that previous message, and with it's a very small emoji, hard to tell what it is after the action.
And then what's the next entry?
The next is an instant, is a message with an attachment, and that's from Doug to Ashley at 6:47 in the morning.
I'm going to pull up the attachment.
6:47
Again,
in the
what is
morning.
Appears to be another Bible verse.
Oh.
that? And if you can continue.
So after, there's a message from Doug, says good morning with emojis, and then also an additional message at 9:28 that says got an email from Stephanie after she talked to Faith. Since order to mediate will meet for 1 hour tomorrow to stop court next week. You dismissed injunction. We sign joint stipulation to dismiss dissolutions and hold until Moreland signs order for report. As soon as she signs order, we file dismissal, and we're done. Looks like praying hands emoji and a heart. And then there's an additional message after that. And we have joint session with Dr. Q Friday to wrap up our adventure in Florida, FL, and leave with understanding of double knots and red-blue inversion. After that, there's an action by Ashley Christina that said loved an image. And it continues with a good morning. And there's an emphasis by Doug of good morning. Ashley Christina responds, oh, okay, I'll reach out to Faith to follow up on all the above with a thumbs up. Doug takes an action about and liking that previous image, and then says, and we're done. Again, praying hands emoji. And also responds, and all in first 10 days of Jewish New Year, LOL. It continues with an action of laughed at the previous message. And then at 9:57, Doug responds, you got to laugh. September 18th was first date of Jewish New Year, 3 years to date of your Odyssey starting day of ballet launch, Rosh Hashanah, the first of the Jewish days of awe. We can call our Odyssey the days of all, LOL. At 10:13, there's an incoming message, says from Doug, so perfect outside, looks like a sun emoji. Ashley responds with an action for those previous messages, which just repeats. And then writes, oh yay, we should do Selby today. He responds, oh yes, with multiple M's and yum. She responds with a few emojis. He emphasized the emojis.
No worries.
And then adds, Stephanie just sent Faith joint dismissal of everything except injunction, which Faith has to do, just one pager. And also responds, what time thinking Selby? Ashley Christina responds with the action of liking it, and then says, maybe 1:30-ish. I'll text you when we're headed that way with a thumbs up. He responds, or Doug responds, okay, I can come pick you up too. then adds more time with my baby, then adds
All
mediation
right.
tomorrow
Now,
by
what's
Zoom,
that?
10:30.
This is like control right there. I'll come and pick you up. It's okay. Making it sound like he's really good, but then he can control the narrative because she's in his car and then makes it sound like it's more time with my baby. And then, well, I bet you her response will be something like, oh, no, you don't have to worry about that. That's okay.
And be
We can
quick.
drive ourselves.
Ashley responds with the action of liking that.
Yay!
And added, sorry, just looking at my phone. You don't need to drive all the back to LWR to get us if you are already downtown. But if you want to, that's fine. Just let me know either way. Doug responds, I'm at apartment.
Congratulations,
so pretty, enjoying
Sherry.
pool area, finally to work. LOL. The next message is an attachment with no body.
From Doug.
That is from Doug to Ashley Christina.
And I'll pull up the attachment. I don't know why I just closed that. Let me open it again.
Oh, you don't have to, really.
And what number were we on?
132. That was the attachment.
Thank you.
I know those
So
messages
after
don't
the
sound like
attachment,
much, but
what's the next communication?
I bet you 90% of the messages were initiated by him, guaranteed, and she's just responding to them because she has to. But you had very little messages would have been initiated from her unless she absolutely had to.
It's a message from Doug to Ashley Christina. I'll just head your way at 1:30. Ashley Christina responds, hot, nice, okay, just getting our things together now. Maybe head over in like 10 minutes, 10 MIN. Doug responds, okay. And then after that appears to be an email from Doug to Ashley.
And after that?
After that is incoming message from Doug. Do you want to get together tonight or in the morning before mediation and unify the instructions for Faith and Stephanie? Think we are going to need to keep involved until this is done or will drag out. She responds, ha, okay, thumbs up.
He's trying to keep her engaged in it.
Thumbs up. Prefer tonight, maybe run over Pandera or in AM, ? And she responds, sure, can do Panera tonight.
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit. We were talking about the entry that was the email before that. Does it have the content of the email in this spreadsheet?
Appears there's quite a bit of metadata involved, but the actual content from what I'm looking at is not actually in there.
Okay, does it say any names associated with the metadata?
There's an email address of Stephanie Murphy. It's at murphylawsarasota.com. There's an email address related to Doug Benefield. And there's, I believe those are the two names that I see that are associated with.
So we left off at sure can do Panera tonight.
Yes. And adds 8 ? She responds with a thumbs up. And that was at 7:27 p.m. And
hi,
she responds with at 9:55 p.m. with a good night and a sleeping emoji. And he responds also with a good night with another emoji. He adds sweet dreams. And then
Hello,
also
Governor.
sends an attachment. Correction.
That scared the shit
Sweet
out of me,
Dreams
Gabby.
was the last one at 9:56 p.m. The attachment I just referenced was actually 7 o'clock in the morning the next day.
Okay, so the next day I'm clicking on that attachment. And what is that?
Looks up here a Bible verse.
And what are the messages after that?
All right, so attachment. After that, there's a good morning with a few emojis. If you want, you can come over here for Zoom. And adds, we can grab bagel in CHI. It's 10 a.m. BT, by the way, BTW is short. And then there's a phone call at 9 o'clock, 9:07 with no seconds. There's a 151. It says there's an incoming message with no body. And then after that, there's an incoming message with an attachment. It appears to be related to connection to a Zoom meeting, possibly. And then
I'm going to click on that attachment and see if it will come up. It's one of those that will not come up. So go ahead.
the next after that appears to be an ID number and a password typically associated with Zoom meetings, and then a phone call with no seconds. And then 9:38, it continues where Ashley Christina loved an image, then liked the message. It's 10 a.m. by the way, and then added, "Ha, oh man, okay, thanks for the heads up." He responded by liking that, and then added, "Set up here if easier for you." And she responded, "That's okay. I guess I should brush my hair and change out my PJs. LOL, I think I can just do it from my phone." He responds, "LOL, you can." She liked LOL, you can, and then added quick and easy LOL.
And what was the time difference between the like of LOL you can and the quick and easy? Approximately.
About 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And then what was the next entry after the quick and easy?
So it was
Thank you.
another action by Doug for that quick and easy, and then added, "So nice to experience quick and easy. Finally, LOL." Then adds, "Smeshing good." Then adds, "PS, you looked great for just rolling out a couch. LOL," and added an emoji. He added, "I'm working on brief, head over soon as get to stopping point like 1." She responds with the action of loving the previous message, or one of the previous messages. "So nice to experience quick and easy." Laughed at also the the PS, "Looking great" comment. And then added, "Ha, thanks. Figured I should put a clean shirt on even if I had PJs on the bottom half. LOL."
What's wrong with that?
She adds, "And okay, just let me know as you're finishing up." He adds, "Just to ponder while I finish up, thinking about getting all the cars up here, and I thought was to ship the Cherokee up there by transport, which is 900, and either tow my truck or tow to your Jetta. The U-Haul plus the car trailer is about 1,000. That's for the biggest truck, which gives us plenty of room. The option is another pod and tow one of the cars behind my truck. Overall price about the same. U-Haul, more flexibility, like taking things straight to storage." She responds, "Okay, things to think about. Maybe best to have you drive the U-Haul and tow your truck behind. Mom and cats will go in the Jeep and I'll drive with Emerson in my car." She added, "LOL, the Beverly Hill." He added, "LOL, the Beverly Hillbillies coming from dem slums. Forget about cat courier requirements. LOL." She laughed at the Beverly Hillbillies comment, added LOL, then added, I believe, several cat emojis. He laughed at the emojis.
This is like scraping
then added,
fingernails
"Headed
down a
over
blackboard."
shortly, brain approaching short circuit." She added, "Ha, okay, well, give me a bit longer, finishing up mom's closets now so I can get the cats locked up." He added, he liked the previous message. And then there's a
hardly, Bri,
outgoing phone call to Doug for 38 seconds. Outgoing message from Christina says, "Headed that way."
I
He
know.
responds, or he took the action
I
of
know.
liking it. Added, we done good, LOL. We have Dr. Q at 10:30. Good night with an emoji.
Okay, so the light headed that way was at what time?
That was at 2:00 in the afternoon.
And then the good night was at what time?
It's 8:27
Okay.
at night. Saw two of them. Apologize.
And then after the good night,
After good night, there's an outgoing indeed LOL good night from Ashley, and then after that there is an attachment at 5:45 in the morning from Doug.
and I'll click on the attachment. What is that?
Another Bible verse.
And the
I'm sorry,
next
but you be
entry?
waking me up with a Bible verse and
Appears to be another attachment. 15.
you get the
roughly
fist of
15 years
fury.
later.
Okay. And if you could read what this says.
Live a life filled with love. Another Bible verse, Ephesians 5:2. At 9:26, there's a message from Doug. It says, good morning. Minute later, there's an action of loving an image. Second, loving a minute image. And he responds with Dr. Q's at 10:30. Do you want a CHI? Question mark.
A
I
chai.
think that's chai.
Chai. At 9:27, there's a response from Christina, says, good morning. There's a repeated response, previous message. Dr. Q is at 10:30. Do you want a chai? And then Ann Bagel, he added to it. She responds, that's okay. Thank you. If I do that this early in the day, I'll be done for the day, LOL. But thank you. He added, he liked that message. And
Is
then
this
the
called
next
love bombing?
appears to be an attachment from Doug related to possibly a YouTube video. And that was at 9:56 a.m.
And it's another one that won't open. And then the next entry.
It's at 10:40:35 a.m. From Doug, are you able to make Dr. Q okay? She responds, yes, LOL, be in a minute. He responds, no rush. He's still not out, LOL. She responds, I know, LOL, waiting for mom to come out so we can swap. There's a message without just a rectangular square there. And then after that, there's 10:42:35. There's an LOL from Doug. There's a phone call. It's
Now the LOL was at 10:42 a.m. and then what's the next entry?
correct. 10:42 a.m. was the LOL. And then the next is at 5:39 p.m., which is a phone call from Doug. And with 0 seconds. Then adds after the phone call, I be here. And then another phone call for 15 seconds at 5:40 p.m. Then,
Your Honor, not to attack Sergeant Keyless because he's been reading for a while, but it's a little tough to follow. I wonder if he could give us the number of the message so it would be much easier to follow.
That's fair.
And I don't know why, but I think your numbers may be off. You're,
off different from this.
they might be. Can you look?
IB here is, well, we're not using the numbers that are built into Excel. I want to say
Okay.
the
That's
numbers
what it is.
are an actual column. So technically IB
Hang on, I'll move
here,
this over. That's what you're looking at.
correct. IB
Okay.
here would be 212.
If he gives you that number, are you okay with that?
Can you show him?
These numbers here. match what he's saying. There's numbers on the Excel spreadsheet showing. That's what was confusing me. But the numbers he's saying are the numbers on the sheet.
Okay, so
We're on 215, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if you, Sergeant, if you could just call the number out.
Sure, not a problem.
Thank you. Thanks, Judge.
Of course.
So we
I
left
want a
off at
timeout. I want a
2:15, which
timeout.
is at 9 o'clock. It's a good night with an emoji. 2:16 is an attachment, a JPEG.
Did you get timed out, Carmen?
And that was at 6:43
What did you do?
a.m.
And that is on the next day, correct?
Correct.
9/26.
Correct.
And I pulled up the attachment. What is that?
That's like a Bible verse.
And then you can continue from there.
All right, so moving forward, 2:17 is from Doug with a good morning. 2:18, she loves the image. And 2:19, she responds also with a good morning. 2:20, Doug sends ready to start with a thumbs up. 2:21 is a call log with from Doug with 0 seconds. 2:22, there's a message from Ashley Christina. Okay, I'll text you in a bit with an emoji. I can't tell what it is. Pretty small. Next record is 2:23. Just one of those action messages, liked a previous message and then it repeats. 2:24, want to come pick me up and we can go get the truck.
And that's from Ashley.
And that's
correct?
from Ashley. And Doug responds, sure, with 2:25, sure, headed that way. So at 2:26, I be here. And that's at 12:41 p.m. And then 2:27 is all the way at 9 o'clock in the evening. And it's from Doug. And it's
Why
a good night,
are
sweet
we
dreams.
reading this shit?
Then at 2:28,
Oh, lucky.
9:23,
2:02.
Ashley responds with the action of loving the previous message and also responds with a good night. 2:30, there's another attachment at 6:42 from Doug to Ashley.
I'll pull up the attachment. What is that?
It's the Bible verse. After the attachment at 2:31,
Lisa,
Doug sends good
make
morning.
it stop.
2:32, she responds, love the
I have
image.
no idea, Bob. I
And
have
2:33
no
with a
idea.
good morning.
And
2:34, he responds with looks like a strong fist up emoji. And 2:35, there's also an incoming from Doug with just a little rectangle. 2:36, she responds with LOL. 2:37, he responds, what y'all working on? And that's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 2:38, about 15 minutes later, she responds, last cram, LOL, using big boxes and getting the last loose stuff packed up and ready. And also responds on 2:39, how's it going over there? Making progress? He responds at 2:40, number 2:40 at 1:18 in the afternoon. Loose stuff should be a chapter in our book, LOL. Got everything out and in garage ready to throw on truck except couch, aka bed. Pretty much emptied. Taking solely to get his shots, then to doggy spa to get groomed and
yes,
stay
it
until
is.
ready to go. 2:41, he adds, I'll
Yep.
come there after drop him off at 3.
No, he was
2:42,
sending them.
She responds with the action of laughing at a previous message, and it just repeats. Another action of liking a previous message, then adds 2:44 adds, great, could you run by Lowe's before you come over, grab a few large and mediums. 2:45, he responds, sure, I need a few too, which is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:35, number 246, which is at 2:35 in the afternoon, it's just a like by her, sure, I need a few, which is just repeated from earlier. And then adds, just to be safe, let's do 10 of each just for the last bits here. 248 from Doug. He likes the previous message and adds, and 249, okay, let me know anything else if think of. 250, she responds, tape. 251, and also adds LOL. 252, he responds, ha, K. 253, just finished vet, headed to spa, LOL. 254, she laughed at that previous message. 255, he says, headed there. 256, she responds, okay. The next line, 257, I'm here out front. She responds, okay, 1 minute.
Now, when he says, I'm here out front, and she responds, okay, 1 minute, about what time is that during the day?
That's about 3:54 in the afternoon.
Okay, and the next message is at about what time?
3:55 in the afternoon.
And the next after that?
After that, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
So there's an hour and several minutes in between these two.
Correct.
Okay, so after okay, 1 minute, what is said?
Then 2:59, about to head back from Doug, and then the message after that appears to be an attachment at 5:11 in the afternoon.
And I'm clicking on the attachment for the record.
Yeah, appears to be.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It appears to be maybe the U-Haul truck that they're loading up.
And that was sent from Doug.
That was 5:11. Yeah, that was incoming. Yes, from Doug to Ashley.
Okay, and then the next message?
The next is from Doug, and this is number 261. Everything in except couch and 10 medium boxes and tutu cab, LOL. 262, she laughed at the image. 263, she responds, ha, OMG. 264, he responds with trucker on the way, and that's at 5:32 p.m.
At 5:32 p.m., was that the last communication between these two?
I believe so, yes.
No, hallelujah.
Thank you. Judge, can we approach just a moment?
Yes.
Before.
Oh.
Now let's read the text from the next day.
No, because I think this is the lead up to him going down there, wasn't it? I think that might be the point. Of them saying that under his understanding that he was moving down there with her.
Yeah. I think it would have made more sense to me if they had started back in 2017 and read all texts from then on.
Shut your mouth, sir. Well, surely they could have just summarized all that.
I hope the judge is telling her, if you bring in one more text string, I'm going to punch you in the nose.
You won't get a very nice message back, Bob. Mind you, it's 1 o'clock in the morning now, so.
Mr. Jury, there's one legal issue that I need to resolve before we finish up with this witness's direct. So I'm going to excuse you in the back. It should take about 10 minutes. It's my best guess. So please don't begin deliberations amongst yourself. You can communicate outside, send and receive texts, emails, telephone calls, but just don't talk about the case.
Please, no text.
Please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal
No
topics
butt
you care
dials.
anything about. I'll
Yeah.
get back out here as soon as I can.
Now I have that stuck in my head.
What? Butt dials?
No. No. Gypsy Rose. Can't bring me down. I'm on a high right now. Oh, God.
That was hard. I think I'd rather watch grass grow.
AJ's
know
just
to
in her
what extent
car,
you're gonna be
like
talking about
pushing the ad
testimony
button.
you may have. So I'm gonna go ahead and excuse you right now, just to be cautious. Please
She's
understand
driving
the
in her
rules of
car being
sequestration.
Oprah.
The rule of sequestration has been invoked. You're not to discuss your testimony or the answers you've given or the questions you've been asked with anybody outside this room. You're not supposed to talk with any other witnesses about the testimony they've given, the questions they've been asked. And to my understanding, this may be online. You're not to watch or view anything related to this case until you're released from your subpoena or the jury's returned to
That one deputy's got her winter clothes on.
So just step outside and get you back in as soon as we can. No, I think it's fine because I think they're still going to need them down. I can see all right.
Sing a duet.
Okay, the detective is out of the room. We can have argument on this video.
Oh, Lord.
Oh.
And thank you for rehearing the issue. I had a chance to research it. We were obviously weren't.
If you've got case law, contrary to what people may think, I want to make the right decision. So if you've got case law, I want to hear it.
I actually just sent one to the printer because I
She's
didn't.
got her little book out.
It's called Lumark. I don't know. LUMARQUE. It's 44 Southern 2nd. I'm sorry, Southern 3rd, 171.
Say that again.
Sure. 44 Southern 3rd, 171. There's a yellow flag, but it's for a different reason. This case was.
Judge, are you looking it up electronically, or would you like a hard copy?
No, I'll take a copy if you have one.
I thought that lady was picking her nose.
Oh, that's all right. Is that the only one you've got? No, you can have it.
One at a time. I can do it, Judge.
I was reading the captions.
We printed this for you, but then realized we needed 2 copies, so here's the paper copy.
Judge, they revoked my copy in favor of you.
They revoked his coffee.
We're not going to do
Did you
anything
see the
until you get a
CCs?
copy.
Of course, I can't blame their decision, Your Honor.
Oh, gee, thank you, Your Highness.
Uh-huh.
Oh, are you and Bri singing a duet?
It sounds like swinging cats around the room.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bob wants me and Gabby to sing a duet.
Oh, yeah, that
song
sounds
that
good.
never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends.
We'll have to have something that I know the words to, like
Oh.
Itsy Bitsy Spider,
Oh.
something like that.
Oh Lord, the itsy bitsy spider.
Went up the water spout
Down came the rain.
and washed the spider out.
I don't remember the rest.
Up came the sunshine and dried out all the rain.
Oh yeah.
Text messages that could not be authenticated by an ex-wife on the defendant's phone. And the trial court
In my
did not
Gypsy
allow
Rose
them
voice.
into evidence.
And Brian is squeaky lettuce voice.
Here said the court aired. The image of the text
Was
messages
Bob here when Bri had his hazmat suit on?
Oh, that was hilarious. I don't know if Bob was here for that.
on the defendant's cellular phone, seized pursuant to a search of the defendant's home through a warrant shortly after the alleged incident. This fact was testified by the state's forensic expert and is sufficient to
The itsy gypsy spider.
Here,
the gypsy
those
spider.
phones have been in evidence since the day before. The contents of them were admitted
Can't bring me
in the
down.
trial exhibit today, and not objected to. The only thing is this one video was objected to, this attachment.
Thanks, Bob.
The state would argue based on this
I see
case
how it is.
that we have established this phone was
Rude.
Do we know what is this video?
material was found on the defendant's phone, the video.
NFI.
And therefore the state would argue it should be admitted.
No forthcoming information.
Mr. Taylor?
Just one second.
This is the type of shit that should be stipulated before trial between the two parties.
Okay, I distinguish it on two bases, Your Honor. They quote U.S. versus Caldwell 11th Circuit decision, holding that authentication of evidence merely requires a finding that the evidence is what it purports to be. Well,
Yes, that's correct. He did.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Keeler
He's still sitting in his dirty pee pants.
cannot do that. He can only say this is a video that was on the phone. He can't say it's a true and accurate reproduction of what took place on that morning.
Now I know why she looks so tired. She's bored.
Who was there that might not have appeared in the video? What the motivation was that brought them there? He wouldn't be able to say whether it was under coercive circumstances. I don't think he qualifies to be able to lay that predicate. And second reason why I don't think this case is applicable is in this case, they held that it was admissible because it constitutes evidence of motive. Judge, this is a second-degree murder case. As the court knows, motive in second-degree murder is not an element. There is no obligation that murder be proven.
I think the motive was the Bible verses.
They can lay the necessary credit.
Shake and bake, buddy.
State rebuttal.
Just that I think defense counsel's arguments go to the weight, not the admissibility. I think this case stands for the fact that we've entered, without objection, cell phones that contain this video, and then now without objection, the trial exhibit with the attachments and the CD. The objection was just to one after, which I think is also an issue, but I think we don't have to get there. But I think this case stands for the fact that once we've laid the predicate that this was a properly searched phone and that the data on it was properly removed and the detective testified that everything was in order, that we laid the predicate for the contents of the attachment.
Fly
Just
away.
word,
Based on this.
word salad.
I can't say the first name of.
What was the date and time of this particular message?
The message was, I don't know that you can read the small print on that, but there's a copy, but it is, if you're wondering if it was before the Panera conversation or
He
after.
looks so
I
confused.
want to know the day and time that this attachment was sent.
It was sent 9/20 of 2020 at 6:40 PM.
What number are you referring to?
Oh, 25.
And the Excel spreadsheet, which is the data dump from the defendant's cell phone, shows it's in blue. So it's
From the
from,
defendant's phone. So it's from the defendant's phone to, I'm sorry, from.
Correct.
the
It's
victim's
from-
phone to the defendant's phone.
right, it's from Doug Benefield's phone
Yes.
to Ashley Benefield's phone.
Yes.
All right. Any further argument? Because I wanted to ask that question, know specifically when.
No, sir.
Wait, is the
Anything else?
jury still in there while they're doing this?
No objection or no judge?
I thought you said, do I have any further
Anything
argument?
else? And you
I
said
don't
no?
I don't, no judge, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
They lost me about an hour ago.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, as I said, if there's case law out there that is contrary to a prior ruling, I think it needs to be brought to my attention. And what State versus Lumarque, Lumarque, 44 Southern 3rd, 171,
You do.
at
You clean it up.
172 to 173, Florida 3rd DCA 2010, states pretty unequivocally the images and text messages found on the defendant's cell phone seized pursuant to a search of the defendant's home through a warrant, which it wasn't here. It's my understanding, the testimony that I heard was that they were provided to law enforcement. Shortly after the alleged incident, this fact, testified by the state's forensic expert, is sufficient to authenticate these exhibits. So the issue is authentication, and that's where I had initially sustained, because obviously there was going to be no witness, this Quails, sorry.
A quail is a bird.
Keyless certainly could not authenticate the video. And just to be clear, I'm not sure, I think it's on the record that it's going to be a video of the defendant and her mother that's taken by a third party. I outlined it pretty in depth in my order denying the stand your ground. And like I said, certainly the technical services unit couldn't authenticate it, saying that it's the traditional way, that it's a fair and accurate depiction of the events of that day. So then I had mentioned that the bench, perhaps the state could lay the silent witness predicate. However, I don't find that the silent witness predicate was sufficiently laid by the detective Keyless.
Oh man, come on.
Yeah.
However,
Jodie's like,
apparently,
I'm over it.
according to this case,
I stayed up for
it
this.
is authenticated by the fact that it was found on the defendant's cell phone that was seized shortly after the incident. And at this point, it's been sufficiently testified to by the state's witnesses and the forensics expert that he did find this video on there. In fact, in addressing the defense arguments, the 3rd DCA goes on to say, regardless of how these images and text messages might have found their way onto the defendant's cell phone, the state has presented sufficient evidence at this stage. Certainly, they met the admissibility that these exhibits constitute evidence of motive. As we've discussed, motive is not an element. But the state has made the argument in the past and makes today that the entry of these items is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but to show the relationship and interactions between the parties in the days leading up to the homicide and the normal texts and banter and communication of a married couple that is in the middle of a divorce. So for those reasons, I will reverse my prior decision, and the video would be admissible under this case.
Oh, okay. We get to see it.
So we did that specifically so you could finish with your direct, and the ruling is made so then it's available on cross. I know we talked about different options, but I'm glad we did it that way because I think it makes a lot more sense.
So we can record it and play it, and then we'll send it away.
Correct. So when the jury left, he was on the stand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. So I'm just going to put him back on the stand. The jury won't know any different. All right. So if we can bring.
Can we take a quick restroom break?
All right. 5 minutes.
Just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Can we take a 5-minute restroom break? Because this gives me the shits.
Wah.
Wah, wah, wah. I had, don't know if this is going to work. Let me just, oh, I better not click on that. Hang on. I'll stop sharing the screen for 1 second. Let me see if I can do this. I did something yesterday that was a little tricky dicky. I just got to remember where I put it. There, maybe. There. Nope. Oh, crap. Where did I put it? Nope. Oh. Is that it?
You're just humming Indiana Jones.
Yep.
I knew it. What do I win? What do I win?
A membership to Alternate Jura.
Already got that. What else you got?
Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
All right, I'll take it.
Where the hell did I put it? Come on, Jodie. You're losing your shit today. What's going on? I recorded, yesterday at lunchtime, how we were watching ourselves.
Yeah.
I recorded that so that we could watch ourselves. And I saved it somewhere. And yeah.
You'll find it like after the live stream ends.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, for sure. For shiz. Oh, I know where it is.
For shiz on my nizzle.
Yeah, it'll be in there. And did I export it or not? Oh, did I?
Where in the world is Carmen?
There it is. Black Swan double. Now, where did I save that? It's all right. I can just pull it up from there. Export. Save it. Right. Well, this has got to be more exciting than watching grass grow and listening to text messages, surely.
Yeah, I'm just watching the light blink behind you. Way more exciting.
At least you know I'm doing something.
Yeah, I know, right? We're gonna see
Watch
results.
Okay.
I mean, they're gonna be
We'll
funny,
see something.
but or a cat will just come by the screen, something.
Oh my god! I've just found it on my. Stop exporting that. There it is. There. Okay. Open with. We couldn't hear it on Media Player the other day, could we?
No. I sent AJ a video once, and she had to convert it to be able to play it.
Yep. Now, can I full screen this? Oh, I can. Okay. Woo! All right. Now, I got to get back onto here. And then, no, share screen, different one. Share screen. Window. That one. Share. There we go.
Nice.
Now we're watching ourselves. Ready?
Oh, no, can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear that?
Can't hear it. Whoop. No, I can't hear it. Jodie's like,
no one can
watch this.
No one can
video.
hear that. Oh, you were arguing over his purple and blue top.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
I'll have to try and play it in something else.
He's like, it's purple. I'm like, it's clearly blue.
What can I open it under? Um, um, open with. I'll try media player. Oop. Oop. Pause. Stop. 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 Okay. Now share screen again. I'll get there eventually. Okay. Tell me if you can hear this.
No.
Can you read lips?
Nope. But I see in the video Bry's about to do another wardrobe change.
Don't you think that's funny though? Us
That is
watching us
funny.
watching us.
Yeah.
Aw.
AJ was like, I don't know if it's really Jodie talking.
Oh, court's back.
Yay.
Yeah. Was fun while it lasted.
All right, can I go ahead and bring Detective Keelis back in?
Yes.
One of these days he'll get that guy's name right.
Who was it?
I don't know. He keeps calling him a different name.
Hi, Christine. I'm way behind on chat. Oops.
All right, Detective, if you can retake the stand, reposition yourself as needed. So did you speak to anyone about your testimony or the testimony or anything at all?
No.
Ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, let's get on with this shit show. I want to get to the medical examiner.
Sorry.
I know, right?
Yeah. Everybody rise for the jury.
Can't hold me down.
All right, y'all can sit down. Welcome back, everybody.
Oh, y'all can sit
Anybody
down.
begin deliberations, communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case, or do any research on the case? Everybody says no. State, you can resume your questioning.
Okay, I just have one thing before I turn witness over. There was an attachment, a video that was sent by Doug. It's line 25. So sent by Doug to Ashley, correct? Oh, you don't have the sheet in front of you.
No.
No sheet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Line 25 is an attachment from Doug to Ashley Christina.
Okay, I'm going to play that attachment at this time.
Holy, what the?
I don't even know
Real
what it's doing.
Housewives.
I think it's giving you clues that I gotta guess.
That guy just
Get real.
diffed me.
Real.
Working mother, not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother.
Not a working mother. I live in a
Slum. Oh no, it's running out of time. House. Real House. White.
So put together.
Housewives of. Oh, Real. Oh.
They're playing a game on the phone. That's what that was.
So all of that was for that.
Yeah. That was
Really
crazy. I was trying to figure out what they were doing.
like what the actual. Yeah, it was like where you put the thing on your head, but it was a phone game of it where you have to guess
Yeah.
the like what. Okay.
Bad pause, bad pause.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do
Pause.
when
Hey,
it
Mr.
pause
Taylor,
for
do you
you?
want the screen or do you want the lights back up?
I'm gonna use the screen.
Yes, sir. We'll leave it as is.
Don't do any more messages. Don't do any more messages. Please, baby Jesus. Please.
Good morning, Sergeant Kayla.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sword and Kayla.
I want to make sure that we can establish the
Contours of your testimony.
From the technical services unit, you're
Testicles?
capable
What?
and authorized.
Did he just say
extract
that?
this information from the cell
Technical.
phones
Oh,
of
jeez.
Doug Benefield.
I'm with you, you have.
You don't know the context
Carmen's
about
like,
the
ew.
messages. You just are able to read what's printed.
Mm-hmm.
I can read what's printed from the extraction, yes.
Right. But
Yes,
for
you're
example,
hilarious, Bob.
there were quite a few Bible verses. You wouldn't be able to necessarily tell us that Doug Benefield's a very religious guy. You just can tell us, here's the Bible verses that he posted.
Yes, I can tell you that he sent a Bible verse.
Okay.
I think we all know
And
that now.
You can't tell us
Uh-huh.
the reason that either party may have had for sending a particular text. You can only tell us this is what the text
Why is
says.
he even questioning him? He hasn't given his opinion.
Can't
He's
tell
just
us
read the
whether
text.
The text is true or
I have
false.
no idea.
You can only tell us what the text says.
Correct.
You can't tell us if the text is genuine or motivated by fear. You can only tell us
Ramen,
what
Carmen.
it says.
Ramen.
I'd like to
I don't know.
ask you what
To take a bit more for me.
we've marked as Defendant Exhibit 3 and ask you if you can identify it.
I would have just passed the witnesses and said no questions. What are you going to do?
I would object to be on the scope.
Okay, I don't know.
Come here, bud.
Can we approach? Oh.
She's like, I'm going back to my music now.
Keyless, what I've marked now as Defendant's Exhibit 3.
More text
Those
messages.
would they not, text messages that you also extracted?
I believe these were the text messages that you may highlighted during a deposition, and
Yeah,
we
and then-
confirmed that these came from, I believe, Doug's phone.
Correct.
Yes.
And then we
Music
requested-
23.
I apologize, Judge. I do think we need to approach again.
Oh, fuck's sake. L. 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 Oh.
The stream is gonna malfunction.
Going hard on the L's. Oh.
Jodie's going hard, y'all.
Amen. Can I have an amen?
Ramen.
Can I have a hallelujah?
Hallelujah.
It's raining men.
Bob, I did not even say that, so don't even type it.
Oh, my Lord. Come on, please. Oh, I can't go any further. I'm up to date. Bugger. Yep.
Oh. Bob. Oh. Okay.
I missed what he said.
And he goes, okay, I just deleted it.
It's like they're arguing over every little hair, every little lack of hair. The court reporter and the prosecutor have the same coloured top on.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Olive green. Come on, it's a text message. Yay.
All right, members of the jury, this is going to take a little bit longer. So what I'm going to do at this point is, it's about 11:30. I'm going to let you go to an early lunch. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at 12:45.
Play the Judge Fleischer.
Give us time to take care of what we need to take care of, and we'll get you back up here as soon as we can right after your lunch. Please remember, don't discuss this amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody else. And
I'm telling you.
I love the little at the end of it.
I know, it's the best. I wish he was the judge. This would be over in like 2 seconds.
The jury are the only ones I like. Yeah, you haven't spoken. Random guy at the bus stop. Yeah, he's acts too. Yeah. That guy.
Yeah. F that guy.
All right, surely we can find something else to watch for the moment whilst they're on lunch. So, hang on. I suppose I should find out when they're coming back.
research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. All right, thank you.
I think they said 12:45.
Did they?
Yeah, that's what he said. 12:45.
So that's what, an hour and 15?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
All right, you go ahead and bring up the lights.
Go ahead and bring up the lights.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
See ya. All right. Okie dokie. I don't know how many I can do on this, but here's something we can do together that I was doing earlier with AJ. Create. Come on.
Is it
Suno.
Oh, I thought it was a guest bride's next wardrobe.
No, that's let's create a song together. So I need some inspiration from chat for the description, right? So this is an AI app called Suno. We have 200 characters in which to describe or create a song with.
What about,
So
how about, can you do a 50s style song?
basically it creates, we put in the general gist of the song or that we want to create with 200 characters. So we can
Carmen,
say
units,
the
she said.
The example they've given is a chill opera song about not being able to wait to see you again. So we can put in there.
Ooh, I got one. How about a rockabilly song about pee pants?
Okay, there's a start. a rockabilly song about pee pants. And what else?
Yep. Carmen said
ping and boop.
Yes, ping and boops.
Oh crap! I didn't click on the right thing. A rockabilly.
Round 2. Ding ding ding.
Song about pee pants and what? Ping and boops.
Yep.
Ping, boops, and units. What else?
Honey Nut Cheerios.
And Honey Nut Cheerios. Okay. And Honey Nut Cheerios. All right, let's see what this AI will create for us.
Bob.
They're just tickles that you test. All right, so it's come up. Can you all see the name of the song?
What is it? No.
Pee Pants Rockabilly.
Yes, I love it.
All right. Now you're going to tell me if you can hear it when I play it, all right?
Uh-oh. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Ready, steady, go.
Go. Yep, I can hear it.
Boop, 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 that sound in the night. Time source, it's out of sight. Pee pants, y'all, the shame won't wash. Can't shake the feeling of that nightly slosh. Yeah.
Nightly slosh?
With pain goes the toaster, popping up red. Units of trouble dance in my head. Honey Nut Cheerios spill on the floor. Sticky cinch, I can't ignore. Pee pants, ping, boop, and units in the front. Can't shake this craziness out of my day. Honey Nut Cheerios, a sugary mess. Rockabilly blues make me confess. Oh yeah, blame it on the ping, the boot, the beat. Tossing and turning, can't get no sleep. Sipping on the milk, it's the only thing sweet. Worlds collide right at my feet. Pee pants laughter echoes the hall. Boop, 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 heard this crazy call. Pain goes the timer, but I'm out of sync. Another morning starts with a kitchen sink. Pee pants, ping, boop, and units in the fray. Can't shake this craziness out of my day. Honey Nut Cheerios, a sugary mess. Rockabilly blues make me confess.
Can you save it so you can play it for AJ?
And it creates 2 songs. That's only one. It gives you 2 options.
Oh my God.
Wait for it. Wait for it. This is number 2.
Boop, 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 that sound in the night. Can't find the source, it's out of sight. Pee pants, out of shame, won't wash. Can't shake the feeling of the nightly slosh. Ping goes a toaster, popping off bread. Units of trouble dance in my head. Honey Nut Cheerios spill on the floor. Sticky cinch, I can't ignore. Pee pants, ping, boop, and units in the fray. Can't shake this craziness out of my day. Honey Nut Cheerios in a sugary mess. Rockabilly blues make me confess. Blaming on the pain, the food, the beat. Tossing that turn, can't get no sleep. Sipping on the milk, it's the only thing sweet. Worlds collide right at my feet. Big man's laughter echoes the halls. Can't shake the feeling of the night they slosh. Ain't nothing taller but a mountain squash. Another morning starts with a kitchen sink. Oh, big man's menu from units in the break. Check this craziness out of my day. Honey nut Cheerios in a sugary mess. Rockabilly blues make me confess.
Oh, how good is that?
Oh my god, the nightly slosh is what got me. Oh man, that was good. I like the first one though better than the second. Like the
laugh.
Yeah, I like the first one. Even though it's
I
the
love
same
this
words, but I like the beat of the first one.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yep. It's so much. Oh, I've gone out of credits now. Never mind. But if you get onto this site, it's called Suno, Suno, and it's free. And they give you, I think, 60 credits a day or something like that. So this is where I created my Defense Rest song, and this is where I created the outro song this afternoon. But I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10 songs I created today, and I'm out of credits. But tomorrow I'll have the same amount of credits again, and you can create more songs.
That's awesome.
And you can either put in that genre, like, a rockabilly song about pea pants and blah, 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 or you can click into custom and actually put your own words down. So you can write like a poem, like I did with the Defense Rest.
Yeah.
And then you choose your genre and you choose, what you want it to do. And it just creates it for you. It's awesome, but it's funny as. Like my girls put in about their relationships and stuff, and it was hysterical. Hysterical. But yeah, that's all saved on there. I can send you a copy of that. That's cool, isn't it?
Oh my god.
It will just make any song you like.
Night sloshing around. Beep boop.
It's so much fun. So much fun. You're trying to fold underpants.
Oh my god, that is so funny.
Change the poop to a pee, ain't that sweet?
Oh man.
Can be a
That
theme
was
song.
great. Tomorrow is soggy bottom buns and a twat waffle.
Okay. Yep. Soggy bottom buns and a twat waffle. And where's
let me make
AJ
note
when
of
you
that.
need her? Yes. We need to have a think about it and get everyone in chat to put in a couple of descriptive words so that we can all add to it and make a a song, combined song.
That's funny.
What's Grandma doing?
I don't know.
Let's go and raid Grandma, shall we?
Is she live? I don't know.
Yes, she is.
Oh, she might be playing Words with Friends, but she's not on there when that's up. She just streams it.
Can you answer these Olympic trivia?
That's an old video.
Is that?
Oh wait, I think that's coming up.
Upcoming.
Yeah. She always has like the logo at the bottom of her videos that say live, but she's not actually live. And it's like an
Hang on,
older video.
I'll share the screen so everyone can see what I'm seeing, as that would probably be helpful, Jodie. There you go.
Okay, Bri.
What was that? Gonna boop out. All right, darling. Have a good sleep, rest up, and don't work too hard. So this, like, if you click on here, that means that game's finished, does it?
Yeah.
To play. And this is upcoming, and you can only play it when it's running. Is that right?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right. So that's coming up at 7 a.m. and that's coming up at 11. So you can play Wordle at Grandma's house or trivia, Olympic trivia.
Yeah, so it should say the date on there too of when.
Yeah.
She puts her lives up for like the week, I think.
Okay.
Like last night was Bible trivia.
Oh.
And she does like all kinds of trivia, which it's kind of funny because I don't know much about the Bible, but I just play it anyway because it's fun. 'Cause, but also, Grandma doesn't know much about the Bible either, so I thought that was hilarious.
So there you go. There's Grandma's house. It's at Grandma's House Fun.
That's
She's
what I
got
was gonna do.
73,000 subscribers.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna go get her a link so I could put it in the chat.
Yeah. All right. What else have we got? What's live now from Fox?
Hey, Bree.
Hey, Bree. Should have been tonight. We would be experts. That's not very exciting. I don't want any of that. Often there's a good car chase on here. What's alternate juror got? Oh, look, she's live.
Wow, is she?
Yeah.
Where? I don't see her.
Put up. She's put up day 2, not day 3 of the Ashley Benefield trial.
Yay, AJ. Good job. It's getting close to the Friday stream, you know?
Yes. It feels like Friday.
Hey, Flash fan.
Hello. How you doing? Oh, we are we're just scrolling through the internet because the morning's testimony today, I pretty much wanted to pluck my eyes out. And now I need to wake myself up again. So we're checking out to see what's happening. We made our own song.
That was hilarious. A nightly sloshing.
Yes. Car chase channel.
Oh, awesome, Flash fan.
Suspect crashes into police
Hold
car
on,
before
Carmen said, Gabby, do you remember the story my mom told you that involves me?
should have had pull-ups on and a restaurant.
Oh, yes, I do remember that story. Yeah.
Go on then.
I'm not going to tell it.
You've dubbed her in now.
It is a really funny story. Carmen's like, you can tell it, LOL. And then AJ comes back and hits me with like 10 ads at once. It's like, you get all the ads. She didn't forgive me and you agree.
Well, I'm missing something, am I? Oh, good job, Flash fan.
Yeah, I said that. Where were you, on vacation?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was distracted, all right?
Oh, I see what you did there. I'll see myself out.
Yeah. Awesome. See? All good things take time. That's excellent. Excellent. Good job. No pun intended.
Oh, wait. Bree, what do you mean? That's exactly how she talks, too.
Who?
Who talks like that? Who talks like what?
I don't know.
I'm still trying to get over the sloshing in the pants.
It was good, wasn't it?
It was pretty good.
All right, let me see. It has
AJ? Wait, AJ talks like what? Jodie?
Does she?
I don't know. I don't think. No, AJ. No. Oh, I must have tried to do an impression of her, and they said that I sounded
Okay.
like her.
Let's see. Judge Fleischer, is he on?
Hold on. How about this? Jodie, go to bed.
Yeah. What's the name of Oh, hang on. If we're in the lunch break, that means recovery adult.
Oh.
Hang on.
You can tell it. That's hilarious.
Hang on. All right. So, you know that girl, Jules, that was in the courthouse? She rings into Recovery Addict every break. So she's rung in now to Recovery Addict. He's on the phone with her now. So we get the background goss about what's happened in court and what's going on. Let me share to screen and see what she's got to say.
We're going to take lunch break as well. We'll be back at 12:30. So as they go to lunch and all file out, let's recap what happened so far today. See, it's sort of
let's
quiet
not,
in
RA.
court.
Let's not. Let's get to Jules.
And
Look at his setup.
finish the story. I'm going to cut him off as soon as Jules calls. Hey, Thal, you've got seconds before Jules calls, and I just hang up on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have no excuse now, dang it. But anyway, so I know what happened. So remember that he sent her a YouTube video, right?
Yes.
In the text messages. I know the motive, ladies and gentlemen. You can trust Uncle Fall. That's because he rickrolled her, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. He sent her a spoof YouTube video that rickrolled her, and after that, she lost it.
Yeah.
It was game over.
All right. No, but good idea. All right. Jules is
That's
calling.
perfectly
Gotta
voluntary.
go. Thanks, Thal.
Bye.
Do you have the link to that, Gabby? Can you either put it in chat or Discord it for me? I wouldn't mind watching it. Well, do you know the name of it?
I don't think it's actually in Boston. It's I think it's actually near Worcester, actually. I read about it because I went and looked.
Yeah, he was telling us about it
Yeah, a couple streams
the other
ago.
day. Yeah.
I can't remember now where I found it. But I don't think it's actually in Boston.
Do you have the name of the firefighter, Flash Fan? And we can look it up. £7, 15 ounces. Wow. I had an 8-pound, half-ounce baby born.
I was 10 pounds.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I was 5.
My friend had a baby who was 12 pounds, 15 ounces.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Carmen got it.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Now, can I copy that?
I don't know.
I don't think I can. No.
Actually, watch out. That might not actually be a good. We're all gonna get rickrolled right now.
I'll save it for later then. I'll watch RA and listen to what Jules has
Jules.
to say.
Jules, how are you doing? Are you at lunch?
Hold on. I'll tap the link and see where it takes me on my
on
phone.
the
Hold on.
escalator going downstairs now to go to the deli that I was at yesterday.
Yeah.
But in any case, you know that video? Do you know what that video was?
It was a
Do you
heads
know what
up.
they were
It was a
doing?
heads up game.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So how does the heads up game prove motive? I'm so befuddled.
I don't know. I don't know what that. Here's what I'll tell you from an outside perspective. All the text messages, which were the tamest text messages I have ever heard read in court, there was nothing in them. I mean, we could like insert some sort of innuendo at something, but I don't think that was intended. I think they were clean as clean could be. And the video went along with that. It's like, hey, here's some people having lunch and laughing. We got.
I mean, if anything, for me, it shows a loving couple. Now, was she placating him? I mean, I just don't know. I'm very confused. I had conversations with people this morning. Okay, I'm not going to say. I don't want to say who they were.
You can keep your secrets
because of what happened.
Yeah.
Just because of what happened in court.
We almost had you up on the stand testifying today. That was close.
Oh my God! I gotta go.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
I cannot believe.
Oh, what the
Jules
heck?
just saw somebody that she recognizes.
Oh.
So let me say this. We'll catch up with Jules later, but let me tell you what happened with Sarah Boone today. Because this is also down in Florida, Orange County, Florida. Several letters ago, we found out that she hired a private investigator named Billy Lane with Prison Break Investigations. It's crazy. It's wild. I don't know how he's getting paid or if he's getting paid, but he just appeared in court in a hearing today, made a presentation or entered himself in as a representative that's working on the case. And you remember, she's pro se.
Oh.
Well, per the court, the Prison Break is going to take possession of all the discovery, and he's going to digitize everything. That is a huge 2 boxes. That's a huge task for somebody who doesn't know how to do it. Apparently they know how to do that. He's supposed to put it all on jump drives. But apparently Prison Break is still a part of her case as maybe an expert witness, which is one of the things they do. So that's the Sarah Boone update. Other than that, we're still set for a status hearing on 8/5, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. That means in a week we get a status hearing, or a little over a week, 10 days or so. And then we'll have the trial management hearing 9/24 and trial starting 10/7. So a new hearing scheduled on the docket. That's all we have.
I do when I get mad.
Update, Picky. That's everything we got for you. So much happening in Florida. So much. We have Jules just saw a unicorn. She'll call back. Probably maybe right before we come back if we give her enough time. Oh, wait. Who's this? It's connecting. Let's see if it actually connects. Call failed.
Damn you, call failure.
Whoever tried to call in, it did not connect.
He's got the best voice, all right.
Quick recap. Oh, that was Jules. Give me just 1 second. Jules' call broke up. Hopefully she gives me another try. Quick recap on the witnesses because she's today, in the courtroom. 3. We got we had all the spiciness of the judge getting a letter from the law firm representing a reporter about a juror possibly overhearing some conversation at a restaurant. Jules witnessed that, so she gave that information to the bailiff, and the court decided not to ask her about it. Also had the report that about Eva Benefield, where she talked to a reporter, and she's been posting on social media and had that little exchange as well. Let's see, Sergeant Brian Keelis. He's the only person we've had on the stand so far. We're still on witness number 1. We had 8 witnesses yesterday, and we're still on witness number 1. Okay, come on, Jules. Let's see if this will work.
Yes, Flash fan. I was just thinking of that.
I think she's in a bad spot.
It's like very calming.
I listen to him at nighttime when I go to sleep. It's grouse.
Let's see. All right, we'll figure it out over lunch. Karina says, "What
is this
streaming
live
service
right now?
shouldn't I get
Yeah.
to watch the
Yep.
Olympics
Oh.
and most NFL games? I just paid for Peacock so my kids can watch the Olympics, and they're loving it.
Peacock.
Soccer was yesterday, I think. USA. Well, I won't spoil it for you.
Are the Olympics on?
I think that's it. We've got nothing.
Wait,
we've
are
had the most tame morning of testimony after the most spicy surprise hearings ever. Okay, come on, work this time.
That's 4 hours of my life.
Amanda.
Oh, Amanda, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're live on the air. What's on your mind?
Okay, so, okay, hang on. I'm getting a double whammy here. Okay, so here's my thing. I've been watching. Obviously, I've missed some because I'm, between working and stuff. I do not feel that the prosecution yet has proven that it wasn't self-defense. Is it just me?
Nope.
But I've yet to hear all those text messages. I mean, that meant nothing to me. The video was nothing.
I would say that those text messages probably show that during those texting, there was nothing going on. But it doesn't mean that nothing had happened. I mean, we do have a bullet hole in the ceiling, a fist hole in the wall, and a dog that got punched. We have other competing evidence that there were other times in the
Hello. We're not watching someone else's channel.
Oh.
Oh, Lord,
Yeah,
okay.
Chris.
You picked the best day to not stream. There's
Yeah.
4 hours of my life I'll never get back.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was horrible. Just horrible. They made me do it. Just text message after text message after, okay, good night. Thank you. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. Bible verse. Good night. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Just rubbish. Rubbish. So we
I won't ask
got
what
on.
happened. I just read that. You should play her the song.
Yes. Well, I decided
AJ,
to.
Can you hear us?
I think she can. She just hasn't
okay.
got her yeah. What when we went to recess for lunch, I got onto Suno and I asked everyone to give us a few descriptive words to create a song. So we might have made a song or two. Let me see if I can bring it up again.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
Library. So it's called Pea Pants Rockabilly.
Oh, it's the best.
Yep. Would you like me to play it for you?
She's already laughing.
Okay, you asked for it. I think we put in, what did we put in? Words to explain it. It was ping, units, pea pants, boop,
Cheerios,
Honey Nut Cheerios, and a rockabilly song. So, all right, this was the first. This is number one. Okay.
That sound in the night, can't find sources outside. Deep as the other shame wash, can't shake the feeling of the nightly slosh. Pringles and toaster, popping off bread, units of trouble dancing. Honey Nut Cheerios spill on the floor, sticky stitch I can't ignore.
Sticky stitch I can't ignore.
Units in the fray can't shake this craziness. Honey Nut Cheerios in a sugary mess, rockabilly blues make me confess. Blaming on the pain, the food, the beat. Tossing that, get no sleep. Sipping on the milk is the only thing sweet. World's collide right at my feet.
Okay, that was number one.
Blame it on the ping and the boop.
Pea pants, ping boop, and units in the tray. Can't keep this craziness out of. Hang on, I'll read the words.
Nightly slosh.
That sound in the night. Can't find the source, it's out of sight. Pee pants, yo, that shame won't wash. Can't shake the feeling of that nightly slosh.
Oh my God.
Number 2.
Boop, 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 that sound in the night. Can't find the source, it's out of sight. Pee pants, y'all, the shame won't wash. Can't shake the feeling of that nightly slosh. Yeah. With ping goes the toaster, popping up red. Units of trouble dance in my head. Honey nut Cheerios spill on the floor. Sticky cinch, I can't ignore. Ping, boop, any units in the fray. Can't shake this craziness out of my day. Honey nut Cheerios, a sugary mess. Rockabilly blues make me confess. Oh yeah, blaming on the ping, the boop, the beep. Tossing and turning, can't get no sleep. Sipping on the milk, it's the only thing sweet. The worlds collide right at my feet. Peace, dance, laughter, echoes the hall. Boop, 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 heard those crazy calls. Pain goes the timer, but I'm out of sync. Another morning starts with a kitchen sink. Big bang, bing, boop, any units in the fray.
Are we crazy?
Oh, definitely, yeah. That's certified.
Oh.
Certified, yeah, for sure.
I've got cheek cramp from laughing.
I snorted, but you didn't hear it.
Yes, we've been creating our own entertainment because Ashley Benefield is dismally disappointed.
Dismal, darling, dismal.
Oh my Lord, they need to get on to the next witness, for goodness sake.
They just need to get past that. One of the jurors was eating a sandwich, for goodness sake.
Yeah, well, they spent the first half of the morning interviewing jurors and
AJ.
I found myself covering myself. That's
Oh my God.
We've got to do something to amuse ourselves, Flash fan, don't we? Okay. Flash fan's got a job. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. All right. I suppose I should
Oh God.
Court TV's got
I may have peed a little during that song.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. We've still got 45 minutes.
FML.
Sooner. Yeah. FML. Yep. I might have to go and have a little pee myself.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. Oh, maybe I could play some Bev stuff. What have I got in my little
Sidebar.
Yeah, I might have something in my little stash of videos that I have collected. Let me see. What have I saved?
Absolutely, Flash fan.
Nothing in there.
Oh yeah, Carmen sent the link that Flash fan was talking about. It's up in the chat.
Okay. Maybe I'll type that in and we'll have a look at that. Where'd it go?
It's up there.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. And that, what you checked it, it was okay?
Yeah.
TTPS.
Carmen was in chat and she was like, duh.
Oops. YouTube. Oh, there's a dot between the U and the B and the E's. They're supposed to be?
Yes.
Is there supposed to be a dot?
Yes. That's what it says. //
capital X
Y 3
Go.
Q
3
capital T
capital Q. Hang on, capital Q 3 capital T little t
tiny little T
capital V capital E capital E question mark. Who's that then? Little S little I.
Oh, governor, would you like a cuppa?
Equals 3GS US. Oh my lord. 3 underscore. I just headbutted my microphone. Underscore.
Oh god, I just saw this. Hold on.
BB MNK. If I've got one of these wrong, I'm gonna 2A. Okay. Enter. That brought me up to the Ashley Benefield trial.
Round 2. Oh, hello, Georgie.
That's what it's brought me up.
Wow. Thanks, Carmen.
Ass up.
Oh god. No, but I clicked the link and it brought me to, I think it was Court TV who was talking about that actual trial.
Maybe
yes, George, we're cackling.
Copy and paste it somewhere else then. If I go back home, we go back in here then. Oh, come on. Mousy. Behave. All right, and paste it in the Court TV search.
Carmen.
No, it's brought me back up again.
She's like, you must have typed it in wrong. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be a dot.
I didn't. I promise.
Oh my god.
How would it bring me back to us though?
I have no idea.
I just did it again. Oh, I'm hopeless. What can I say? I'm sorry.
This is the link that never ends.
Yeah. Unless I've picked the wrong link. No, no. No, I got it. FBB MNK2A. Yep.
You might have to type Mass versus Christina Ricci trial day 1 in the browser.
Mass v. Christina Ricci.
Mass versus Christina Ricci trial day 1 in browser. No, is it really about Christina Ricci for real? No, it's not. No.
Stabbed in the heart murder trial. Live day 1.
Wow.
And so I think
he said it was the third one
confusing,
down.
and I don't want to elicit something from the witness that's inconsistent with Your Honor's ruling, but I think his testimony is going to be that the statement, "I'll kill them all," is the statement that he heard the defendant say.
All right. Third one down. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's what I just clicked on.
Of the trial and to decide the case. We chose 6
So
people
jury
to serve on this jury, just in case one or more
So
defendant. According,
this must be opening statements
it's now
then.
time for the opening statements in the case.
What can
and
I
the
say? Look
custom
at
it is
that. Look
the
at that.
Commonwealth goes first. ADA Buckingham.
ADA Buckingham. that wasn't me. That was a squeaky shoe. No, it was a
Good morning,
squeaky
ladies and
shoe.
gentlemen. It's been a few days, so I just wanted to
Oh
begin
my
by
God.
reintroducing ourselves to you. My name is Shannon Buckingham. With me throughout the course of this trial is Jeremy Kuzman and Jason Haran, and we represent the Commonwealth in this case. In this case, you're going to hear about Christine and Michael Ritchie. The Ritchies lived in Marshall Woods. They have 3 kids. Angel is the oldest, and Angel is not Michael's biological child, but you'll hear from Angel that Michael was his dad.
Is everyone happy to check this out while we've got 35 minutes to kill? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Courtroom surf.
The middle son is Michael Jr., and the youngest child is Sophia. And you will hear from them during the course of this trial. You're going to hear about Michael. Michael grew up in Hyde Park. Michael was a military vet. He spent 22 plus years with the Boston Fire Department. You're going to hear about the defendant, Christine Ritchie. She was, for all intents and purposes, a stay-at-home mom, but she also taught Zumba, and around the time of this incident, she was taking classes at Quincy College.
Ah.
The Ritchie family was a seemingly happy suburban household.
Sorry.
But, ladies and gentlemen, we never...
Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
I'm watch the court reporter's face as she's talking. Sorry, I just found that amusing.
Never know
Yep.
what happens behind closed doors inside a household, do we? You'll hear throughout the course of this trial from people inside the house and outside the house about how the Ritchie household changed over the course of time. How the defendant changed. How Michael changed. You hear about the major turning point in their marriage that occurred in the fall of 2018. Michael had an affair. It was a brief affair, but it was an affair with
Like
another
she's
woman.
Frenching it.
And the defendant knew or found out about it. For a short period of time, the decision was made that Michael was going to leave the marriage, possibly leave the household. But quickly, the decision was made for them to stay together and work on their family and stay together as a family. Michael messed up. But from the time that he told the defendant about the affair, he did everything he could to try to make things right and keep his family together. He worked on himself. He went to AA. He worked on his relationship with his children and his wife. He did everything his wife asked him to do. The defendant, on the other hand, continuously talked and focused on the infidelity for over 2 years. For over 2 years, her inability to get over that affair increased. You will hear testimony throughout the course of this trial from witnesses about verbal and physical altercations by the defendant against Michael. You will hear witnesses describe how the defendant would control Michael. They will tell you about seeing black eyes, fat lips, scratches on his face, and a broken nose. You'll hear that the night in question, January 28th, 2021, is not the first time the defendant brought a knife to an argument. This affair was like a pot of water simmering on a stove. And over the period of time between 2018 and January of 2021, the defendant continued to turn up the heat on that pot by bringing up that affair over and over until that simmering pot of anger, jealousy, and control boiled over on January 28th, 2021. So January 28th, 2021, it's a wintry Thursday. There was still snow on the ground. Michael was home that day. You will hear that his work schedule was a work 24 hours on, get 2 days off, work 24 hours on, and get 4 days off. And so on this day, Michael was on the 4-day stretch of having some days off, so he was home. The defendant was home. Their daughter, Sophia, had gone to school and was home in the afternoon. Angel was at work that day. And during this period of time, Michael Jr. wasn't actually residing in the home, but he was close by and available. On this particular afternoon, Michael goes to Dunkin' Donuts in the afternoon, gets a coffee, comes home. He's doing some shoveling outside before coming into the house, meeting the defendant, his wife, in yet another argument.
I was going to say that, Flesh Fan.
The children will testify and tell you that arguments were frequent in the household and that arguments were always about the same thing, the affair. On this particular day, Sophia will tell you that she could hear her parents arguing when she was up in her room after school, but that was pretty much normal for her at that point. On this particular day, it was particularly loud, and she did everything she could to try to tune them out. Until later in that afternoon, when her mother, the defendant, yelled her name, yelled for her to come down. Sophia comes down the stairs.
I'll be right back.
Into the area in between the dining room and the living area to find her dad on the floor and the defendant standing over him. The defendant tells her to call 911. Sophia calls 911. You're going to hear the 911. You're going to hear Sophia's testimony about what she recalls that day. The Marshfield police arrive at their home on Moraine Street. They're the first ones to arrive, you'll hear. And when they arrive, the defendant tells the first officers that Michael suddenly collapsed. So the officers that arrived begin to tend to him by giving him CPR. And almost a few minutes later, paramedics arrive from the Marshfield Fire Department. And they take over care of Michael, continuing with CPR, trying to resuscitate him and get him in a condition to take him to the hospital. When the paramedics put Michael into the back of the ambulance, they again try to stabilize him. And it's at that point where the paramedics discover, after cutting away his shirt, that Michael has a stab wound, a deep penetrating stab wound in his chest. When they remove the clothing, you'll hear, they find another injury, another wound to the rear of his arm near his shoulder. The paramedics immediately advise the police, who are inside with the defendant. And it's at that point, and only that point, you'll hear that the defendant tells the officers she had been in an argument with her husband, with Michael. She tells him she was scared, she grabbed a knife to scare him, and that when he lunged at her, the knife just went in his chest. Throughout the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see those injuries. You're going to hear about those injuries. You're going to see pictures of Michael, how tall he was, how big he was, where those injuries were on his body. You'll hear that there's more than one stab wound. There's two, but there's in fact 3 injuries that are noted on his body. The stab wound to his chest, the wound to his shoulder or the back of his arm, and what will be described to you, I expect, as an injury along his back. You will see that there were 2 knives located in that house that day that had Michael's blood on the blade. The first was located on the floor by where his body lay, where he was laying when first responders first got to the scene, and one in a box on the dining room table with several other knives. You will see pictures of those knives. You will see pictures of the house and where those items were located when the police were at the house that particular night. You will hear from a medical examiner in this case more about that fatal chest wound and what the details of that wound, how deep it was, what kind of injury it caused, what damage it did to Michael's body, and what resulted in his death. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you listen carefully to the evidence and keep an open mind. And that's something you're going to hear us say, you'll hear the judge say, you'll hear everyone say it again and again throughout the course of this trial, but it is paramount in this type of a case that you listen carefully and keep an open mind. And that you not forget that you, as a group, bring to this case your common sense and life experience when you evaluate the evidence. And we ask that you do that as you continue to listen to the evidence in this case. And the evidence will tell you what happened in the Ritchie household that night on January 28th, 2021. At the end of this case, we will return and ask that you find the defendant guilty of murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, because the evidence will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she is in fact guilty of those crimes.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the defense. Attorney Wood.
Christine Ritchie never intended to kill Michael Ritchie on January 28, 2021, and the Commonwealth doesn't have any evidence to prove that she did. The argument that occurred that was just described to you, the confrontation that was just described to you, all of that information all happened during about a 15-minute, small 15-minute pocket between 4:30 and 4:45 on January 28th, 2021. And every answer to every question that we have about Christine's intent, Michael's intent, Michael's last actions and Christine's actions are contained and sealed in that 15-minute pocket. And ladies and gentlemen, that's probably why the Commonwealth is going to spend such a small amount of time talking about that 15-minute period, because they want to distract you. Christine's words are really the only evidence that we have of what occurred during that 15-minute pocket. And those words, remember, were spoken in the moments after all of these events happened. It's true that she doesn't give a complete statement of everything that occurs. And as we go through the evidence in this case, and when I come back and talk to you at the end, I'm going to suggest to you, through reference to both the forensic evidence as well as putting together the statements, about what probably happened around and between the details of what it was that she said. When the police arrive, the evidence is going to be that Christine Ritchie is absolutely beside herself. Absolutely beside herself. She is crying, she is heaving, she is hyperventilating. The first responders come to the scene and she can get almost nothing out. She says he collapsed, that comes out. The Commonwealth wants it to be the case that that means that she told some sort of misleading statement. The evidence is going to show that she gave an incomplete statement and that maybe she wasn't in a position where she even could give a complete statement. She was just too upset. After Michael Ritchie's body is removed from the house out to the ambulance, there's going to be evidence from an officer by the name of Chris Martin, who's going to say that at that point they sat her in a chair and they asked her what happened. While the body is still out at the ambulance, while they're so-called discovering the stab wound that you just heard a moment ago. And the evidence is going to say that when she's confronted at that moment about what happened, she gives a little bit more detail, but she's still extremely upset. She's so upset, in fact, that she actually takes some medication to try to calm her down. But as she begins to say the details of the case, she mentions the knife and she mentions the argument and the fact that it escalated. And that's going to be supported by the testimony of Sophia Ritchie, who heard that escalation of the argument into a screaming match. And it's true, she does say, I held the knife out. And then at another point, she does say, he lunged at me. And at another point mentions being attacked. And I'm going to suggest to you that the evidence will be that even when Christine said those words, that wasn't everything that happened. And at that point, the evidence will show she may not have had a complete memory of what had just fully occurred. But Christine Ritchie's words are the only direct evidence that you're going to have about what happened between 4:30 and 4:45 p.m. on January 28, 2021. They're the only eyewitness reports of what happened. And they don't at all support the story that the government just told you. And that is probably why they are going to spend the entire case discussing things that didn't occur during that period of time. I expect that they are going to parade a bunch of witnesses in, remote friends of Michael Sr., who are going to be allowed to offer their opinions about the defendant, that they are going to pick along a 2.5-year period, a series of isolated events, and try to string them together to create the most damning possible picture of who Christine Ritchie is, and that they will do so because they hope that you will be so distracted by the question of whether Christine Ritchie is the type of person that would commit this crime, that you'll forget that the real question is whether she actually did it. As I say, at the end of this case, we will hear forensic evidence. We will come back and we'll tell you a little bit more about what happened in January 28, 2021, in the absolutely critical 15-minute period. Talk about the mechanics and what's suggested. And a lot of it will be inference by inference, because we won't have that type of eyewitness testimony beyond someone's statements that was very, very affected by what had just happened to them. But what emerges from that is a very, very different picture altogether. Now, the Commonwealth wants you to tell you these stories about the past and about the affair. And it's true, there's going to be a story about an affair, and it's going to be a big part of the Commonwealth's case. This was an affair that took place in 2018. And a lot of the events that they're going to talk to you about physical confrontations, happened within just a couple of months of that event, maybe anywhere from a 6-month to 9-month period after that event. You're going to hear about other events that happened in the subsequent year and a half. Things like Michael going to AA, Christine supporting him and going to AA, him getting sober, him getting counseling, Ms. Ritchie getting separate counseling, them going to couples counseling, them reaffirming their vows in Hawaii in 2019. And you're going to hear from all of the children, and although they're going to say that there was fighting still and there was a fair amount of marital discord, they're not going to describe the type of events that were occurring in 2018. But the Commonwealth wants to sort of string these things together from 2.5 years earlier to try to pretend that that says something about Christine Ritchie in 2021. I'm going to ask you not to be distracted, to focus like a laser on the relevant period of 4:30 to 4:45 on January 28th, 2021. And I want you to be extra vigilant every single time the Commonwealth tries to distract you and talk to you about ancient history and tries to
You want to hear the funny thing? That was January 28th, 2021. That's the day before Karen Reid. That was January 29th, 2021. Yeah. And this is in Massachusetts too, isn't it? Yes. The day before.
tell you about who Christine is and why you should believe bad
We've got about 15 minutes before court's back.
things about her, and focus on what do they actually know about what happened on January 28th, 2021, between the hours of 4:30 and 4:45. And if at the end of the day, what you're left with is, I just don't know what happened, which is exactly where they are, then I'm going to ask you to find Ms. Ritchie at the end of this case, during closing, not guilty.
Thank you. I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench. Not a sidebar. No sidebar. And they're booping at me. Oh, I can fast forward this. So that must be the defendant. Come on. That's the judge's squeaky chair I can hear. Come on. What the heck?
Come on. I want you to follow that officer right there.
Wow, there's some pearls around her neck.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Hey, Sarah.
You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. In a loud, clear voice, can you please tell us your name and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sophia Ritchie, SOPHIYA
Thank you. And Sophia, what is your date of birth?
05/22/04.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. And where do you currently live?
I live at my house, 679 Moraine Street.
How long have you lived at that home?
Since I was 3.
And where did you live prior to that, if you know?
Rosendale.
And who do you currently live at that location with?
My brother, Angel.
And how old is Angel?
Angel is 27.
And do you work?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you do, Sophia?
I work at a dog kennel.
And so what kinds of responsibilities do you have there?
So I basically take the dogs in, out, clean up their messes, clean up bowls, basically clean and hang out with dogs.
And do you like your job?
Oh, I love it.
And were you a dog lover before starting that job?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have any pets of your own?
Yes, I have 2 cats.
Did you used to have any other animals?
Yeah, I have 2 dogs.
Okay. And do you work full time at the dog kennel?
Part time.
And do you do anything else besides that?
No.
And did you graduate high school?
Yes.
What high school did you graduate from?
Ashland High School.
And had you always gone to Ashland High School, or did you start high school somewhere else?
I started high school in Marshfield.
Okay. And you successfully graduated, though, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you start working at the kennel soon after you graduated?
Yes.
And where is that kennel?
Marshfield.
Okay. And growing up, Sophia, after you moved to your current home on Marine Street, who did you live at the home with?
I lived with my mom, my dad, and my brother.
And when you say your brother, do you have one brother or more than one brother?
I have 2 brothers.
And could you tell us their names and their ages?
Michael Ritchie, he is 25, and then Angel Ritchie, he is 27.
And when you say Michael Ritchie, is he a junior?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And who is Michael Ritchie Jr.'s father?
My dad.
And he has the same name?
Yes.
Michael Ritchie?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about Angel, your brother Angel, who is Michael Ritchie his father as well?
No.
Did he adopt him at some point?
Yeah.
So did Angel call him dad?
Yes.
And was he raised as Michael's son?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
And did you grow up with both of your parents in your home on Marine Street?
Yes.
And what's your mom's name?
Christine Ritchie.
And do you see her here today?
No.
Do you want to stand up?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just point to her and tell me something she's wearing?
She's wearing a pink blazer, I think.
Okay.
And glasses.
May the record reflect the identification by the witness, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. And what about your father? I think you just indicated his name, just for the record again, his name?
Michael Ritchie.
And that was senior, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with Her Honor's permission, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Just approaching you with a photograph. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize what it is.
Yes.
Or who it is.
My dad.
Okay, make sure you speak loudly, okay?
Yes, my father.
Okay. And is this a pretty fair and accurate picture of what he looked like?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that this be marked as the first exhibit and published, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 1 and may be published.
Thank you. Exhibit 1 somewhere.
Now the jurors see the electronics.
This is your father?
Thanks, Gabby.
Yes. And did you have, what did you used to call him?
I just called him Dad.
Okay. And did he have any nicknames for you?
It would vary. Honey, sweetheart, sweetie.
Your Honor.
I know it.
Do you know what your father did for work while you were growing up?
Yes, he was a firefighter.
Where was he a firefighter?
Boston.
And did he have any other jobs that you were aware of?
He was a sprinkler. He installed sprinklers in buildings.
And what was your relationship like with your father growing up, Sophia?
We were very close.
What kinds of things did you guys used to do?
We would go bowling, go to the seawall, watch the waves, play baseball outside, sports, and watch movies and watch TV shows.
Was he around a lot growing up?
Yeah.
And based on your observations, did he have a fairly similar relationship with your brothers?
Yeah. It was obviously different because I was the daughter, but he had a close relationship with my brothers too.
And what was your relationship like with your mom growing up? Was it close as well?
We were very close.
Sophia, I'm going to draw your attention back to a date of January 28th of 2021. Do you remember where you were during the daytime hours?
I was at school.
And what school was that?
Marshfield High School.
And do you remember what grade you were in?
I was a sophomore.
And was this during COVID times?
No, this was before COVID.
Okay. And do you recall what hours you were at school?
I do not recall what hours.
Do you know what roughly time you would get home every day from school?
1:47.
Was that the 1:47 was the bell at school and then you would leave, or?
I don't know what the hours were. Do you know what time roughly you would get at 1:47?
you know what day 1:47 you'd
was?
walk in your home?
1:47 the bell.
Okay. And how would you get home?
The bus.
And approximately how far away is your school from your home?
5 minutes.
So it was a quick ride?
Yeah.
Okay. And on this particular day, did you take the bus home?
Yes.
Okay. And before leaving for your school day, anything unusual in the home?
No.
Everything seemed pretty normal to you?
Yeah.
And when you got home, what did you do?
I went up to my room.
And where, can you describe your home?
So if you walk through the front door, there's a fireplace. I call the fireplace room. And then when you walk up the stairs, there's my room. And then walk down a hallway, there's my brother's room, the bathroom, and my parents' room.
So where was Angel's bedroom?
Angel's bedroom was in the basement.
And so he converted the basement basically into a bedroom?
Yeah.
And then were any bedrooms on the first floor? So the remainder of the bedrooms were upstairs, correct?
Yeah.
And where was your parents' bedroom in relationship to your bedroom?
They were across from my room.
So just right across the hallway?
Yeah.
And what about your brother, Mike? We'll call him Michael Jr.
He was across too.
Okay. Were there any other bedrooms upstairs?
No.
Okay. And when you got home, you indicated you went to your bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see anybody when you first came in?
I do not remember.
Okay. And do you know if anybody was home?
I think my mom was home.
And do you recall seeing her on the first floor when you walked in?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to her at all before you went to your room?
I do not remember.
Okay. And may I approach the witness? You may. Thank you. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at a photograph and tell me if you recognize what it is.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's my house.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared back in 2021?
Yes.
Okay, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit and published as well, please. Any objection? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 2 and may be published. Showing you again what was just marked as Hummold's Exhibit number 2, Sophia. Just for some perspective, just getting back to your description of where certain things were in the home. With Her Honor's permission, may the witness get up and just point to different areas that she just spoke about? She may. Thank you. Sophia, if you can. I don't know if we have a pointer or not, but just with your hand, if you can just show us what we're looking at here in terms of take us through the front door and tell us where the different rooms that you described are, please.
This is the fire room where the fireplace was, and then when you walk up the stairs, this was my room, this was the living room. These two windows were my parents.
And then what about Michael Jr.?
Michael Jr.'s window was on the side.
Okay. And the kitchen, where is that?
It's in the middle of the house.
So when you walk in that red door, is the kitchen ahead of you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You could here's it again. And so when you walked in the door, your first memory right now is that you went right to your bedroom. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that typically what you would do when you got home from school?
Yes.
And do you recall if your parents' bedroom door was open or closed?
I do not recall.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that somebody else arrived home?
I do not remember.
At some point, did you hear voices?
Yes.
And where were those voices coming from?
The living room.
And whose voices were they?
My mom, my dad's.
And what tone of voice were you hearing from your mom?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Well, I'll ask a different question. That wasn't a good one. I'm sorry. So you were upstairs and you could hear your parents downstairs. Is that right?
Yes.
And how loudly were they speaking?
Not too loud.
But loud enough to hear?
Yeah, loud enough so I could hear from upstairs.
Do you have a television in your bedroom?
Yes, I do.
And is it typically on when you go in?
Yes.
So you had the television.
Are you on a different channel, Carmen? Nope. I was just on Court TV. Nope. Won't be far away though. There we go. No sound yet. Come on. Today, Junior. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, good. Oh, I think I need to get up and have a stretch. In God we trust, Great Seal of the state of Florida. So this is probably more exciting than it was listening to the messages being read out. That bad? I think I need to make another coffee. Come on. Vinny. Come on. There we go. Judge Matt White instead of Gloss White. Come here. Come on.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield. We finished the lunch break, and before we bring Deputy Keyless or Detective Keyless back in, we had left off a bench conference with the defendant seeking to admit and then question Detective Keyless on Defendant's Exhibit 3, which I will describe as, and it's been told to me that these are from Ashley Benefield's phone. And the printout is from Cellbrite, which the detective testified is one of the software packages that they use to extract and organize data and then put it in a readable format. I will note that in looking closer at Defendant's Exhibit 3, the report, the Cellbrite report, has a start time of August 29th, 2016, and a last activity of April 19th, 2017.
Have a great day,
and
Flash
lists
fan.
319 attachments. However, defendants
And right here, just there, my cat cleaning itself.
Exhibit 3 only encompasses August 29th, 2016 through December 3rd, 2016. And the page numbers
Attractive.
That is page numbers 1, 786, 222. I'm sorry, 222. 2,222, 2,224, 2,233, 2,237, 2,240, 2,263, 2,264, and 2,266, although I'm assuming that's just because that's the relevant portions that the defense wants to get into. Certainly, State, I'm sure you have these as well, and may.
Well, I guess one of the issues, Judge, is that we aren't being showed anything from the defense until Mr. Taylor's at the podium, and we have to ask. So I don't know what they're using because they've never filed a discovery in this case. The only thing they filed is a defense exhibit list, which had the 391 things on it. I have something called WhatsApp AB texts, but they're not all the same. There's some of the same. And so I don't know what's in that exhibit because we've never seen it more than a few seconds before we had to give it over to Your Honor. And I think we're kind of being sandbagged here because this continues to happen. It's what happened yesterday with Ms. Murphy. Those were items never turned over. May I approach? If you don't mind. Thank you.
You've raised a much more fundamental issue. There was no defendant's exhibit, witness list and exhibit list pursuant to the rule?
No, there's a defendant's witness list that was filed on June 21st. There's then something called a defendant exhibit list, which does not cite any rule. It's not listed as a discovery. It was also filed on June 21st. So there's no there's never been a formal discovery filed in the case. And we didn't receive any of the names of the witnesses or the 391 items we got about a month before trial. And in those items are things that aren't clear of how to even deal with them. And I know that's hard to describe, but there's emails. There's a million IAs that would never be admissible. There's a lot of things.
A million
IA report, internal affairs report from the sheriff's office, things like this. So I did my best to go through it, but because we're not being shown it until he's standing at the podium with it already marked, I don't know what any of this is. And it feels a little bit like trial by ambush. which certainly under the rules, much of this should have come to us way earlier than it did. But if Your Honor checks the court file, which I have thoroughly, there's never been a formal discovery filed by the defense. And the original witness lists were filed in the late June.
That probably would have liked to have addressed that.
Yeah, before trial.
Could have also filed a motion to compel after the, what is it, the defense has 15 days. So, all right, please.
They attended a deposition of Sergeant Keyless where we had the specific text messages that the court has seen. They were clearly aware of them. We responded. What we received in our discovery, among other things, was what we refer to as a phone dump, D-U-M-P. Thousands of documents. We have to go through that, searching for what we believe is anything relevant that may impact the trial of the case. Our response was to send that phone dump back and put the state on notice that anything in what they provided to us was fair game, that they should do the same, search it. We treated them no differently, Judge White, than they treated us. It's not realistic, and I understand why we received the phone dump like
This is an absolute shit show. Like, for real? They didn't give us this. We didn't get that. Oh, I didn't get it because they didn't do this.
Yep, I'm developing an eye twitch.
What the fluff? Yeah.
require them to go through such a massive amount of data and single out specifically what they
Did that guy just sniff himself?
well knows. This
I think
is
so.
a fluid process, and as the trial date approaches and it's finally carved in stone and it actually begins to happen, then the attention begins to turn to the nuances of all of the subtleties that comprise a trial of the case.
You just are full of shit.
We did the same.
Exactly, Carmen.
Specifically what we needed, but
Ambulance.
at the deposition, I clearly presented these to Sergeant Keyless, and he acknowledged that they were part of what came out of.
It feels like
this
they've just spent
extract.
the entire day arguing over bullshit for nothing.
Yeah.
And we've
Yeah.
achieved nothing. Nothing.
Yes,
We're
absolutely.
what,
Well, we actually
5 hours
achieved,
in.
we actually achieved the best song ever, so we're good.
We did, but this is just
Jodie's
I've
like,
wasted an entire day.
Jodie, you're like, I'm not picking the short straw next time.
I'm just thinking like I don't know.
Are they ever gonna get to anything?
Yeah.
You know? It's really annoying.
Yep.
What time is it where you are?
3 a.m.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, boop.
I might, if this doesn't go anywhere in half an hour, I don't know
Yeah,
what to do.
because you know what? You know what?
I can't.
If it doesn't go anywhere, just
We can always cut it in the recap tomorrow.
yeah, because then you'd
If
be
they're
able
gonna
to
spend
like
the day
skip
arguing.
all of this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I'll give him a bit longer. I'll give him another chance, but that's about it.
I don't blame you, Jodie.
Yeah.
I got your back if AJ gets angry.
No, she won't. Thank
She'll
you.
send
anyway.
you to your room. She'll send you to your room.
That's where I want to go.
She'll make you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
That's fine with me.
All right. Well, what don't you like, Jodie? I don't know.
Boogers.
Oh, Boogergate.
Mm-hmm.
Still looking for that sucker.
Mm-hmm. All right. He's on a timer.
Yeah, set a timer.
All right, final thoughts. I'm considering this somewhat of a Richardson hearing. Go ahead.
Judge, I think Your Honor is well familiar with the rules of discovery, but the defense obligation is different than the state's obligation. The state's obligation is to turn over everything in the possession of the state. The defense obligation as it says directly from the rule, is any
All right,
tangible
Carmen,
paper
you're on.
object that the defendant intends to use.
Can you slow down a little,
I'm sorry,
please?
I keep forgetting. Any tangible papers or objects that the defendant intends to use in the hearing or trial. It is disingenuous for this defense team to say they are using 391 items, many of which are inadmissible at trial. So, and
Could have brushed your hair,
obviously,
lady.
it didn't follow the dates. We're trying to move this trial. We do not want this case to be continued. We're continuing on the best we can. But now we've come to the point where there are things being offered for evidence that have never been provided to the state that I can't even find the same copy in what they provided. They never provided this, anything that looks like this. So that's the problem we're having. And the obligations are different, as Your Honor knows, and I think that they have not, in this situation, that's part of the problem the state's having, that we feel like we're a little behind the eight ball because their obligations are not.
All right, thank you both. So certainly the obligations under the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure are different for the state and the defense. The state is required to list all information or witnesses that are relevant or material being calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. They've got to categorize witnesses A, B, and C, provide defendant statements and substantive statements. The defense requirements are different. The defense requirements would be turning over or identifying those witnesses that are expected to be called at any hearing or trial, and disclosing any documents that are expected to be used at any hearing or trial or introduced at any hearing or trial. It sounds to me like the defense got the phone dump and provided it to the state. Certainly, I think the defense is required to notify the state what portions of that
Oh, Jodie,
evidence
Carmen,
that they intend to use at any trial or hearing. But I'm not going to find that there was a willful violation of the discovery rules because it sounds like the defense provided. I haven't heard specifically. It may not be in the.
We can do normal time. That's fine.
9 o'clock.
Normal time tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. I'll give him another 10. Yeah, I'm available. I don't have a life.
The format that we're looking at, but according to the defense, they provided the dump from Cellbrite.
Yeah, they provided a dump, all right.
I hope none of us get pink eye.
Post exhibits are attached to his deposition.
All right.
Judge, can I just clarify real quick? The defense did not provide us a phone number. We provided it to them. They listed it and said it's in our possession. So they did not provide us a phone
Okay, so she already had it.
And they never specifically stated this document from the phone dump will be used in trial.
All right. I do think the defense, you have that obligation, though, under the rules to identify witnesses and tangible objects, documents, things that you intend to use. It's very specific in that regard. So I'm not going to find a willful violation because this has been in the state's possession. But defense, you need to let the state know what you intend to use at trial or hearing, and that also includes your list of witnesses, which I understand has already been done. I don't think I have enough information in front of me to determine whether it's trivial or substantial or willful or inadvertent. Well, the willful or inadvertent, I think I can find because the state had all of this. I'm just going to require defense from here on out. You need to identify the exhibits that you intend to use at trial or hearing. All right, so.
If we could just request that be done before we're in the middle of examining.
And copies need to be shown to the state prior to showing them to a witness.
Of course.
All right, so let's get going on what we were talking about. That being Defense Exhibit 3.
4
and we had an
hours
objection
later.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead as the proponent. The objection's already on the record. Go ahead as the proponent.
Yes, court wants to take up now the admissibility as it relates to specific instances.
Of Exhibit 3.
Yes, okay, so we think the predicate has been established by virtue of the 9/11 call and the testimony that was offered by Mr. Sand, especially including the spontaneous, excited utterances of Miss Benefield that could be heard in the background, that my husband attacked me and I shot him. Now, as the court well knows, I provided Your Honor on May 16th, 2024, with a memorandum use of discovery depositions as substantive evidence of criminal trial. I also had previously filed on July 10th of 2024 a defense request for clarification of court's amended omnibus order. And without beating it to death a second time, I cited the court to Smith versus State, where the defendant was awarded a new trial because of the court's refusal to allow various witnesses other than the defendant to testify about specific acts of violence allegedly committed by the victim. The Florida Supreme Court held that specific act testimony of third parties may be admissible as corroborative evidence if it is first shown that the defendant knew about the very same act of violence.
Actually, just saying tomorrow, I just realized, do you want to start a bit earlier, perhaps, so that we can get through this rubbish and then catch up on live, perhaps?
What
Might be better to
time?
start a bit earlier. Maybe an hour earlier, perhaps. I don't know what.
So
Depends how
8?
early AJ wants to get on.
Oh, Carmen said, hold on.
All right.
Yes, Drill Sergeant.
I think this is going to be argued for ages.
I think that it will be argued for ever.
The state's not going to rest today. There's no way.
No
way.
They just keep taking like 5 left turns and keep going around in a circle, round and around and around.
Yep. This is going to go through to Monday for sure. For sure. That's what I mean. This should all have been stipulated. All your exhibits and everything, all your photos, all should be sorted and numbered, ready to go.
Don't they do that?
No. Some do. But, the evidence isn't going to change. If you've printed out, your list of your photos that you want to put in, that they should get together and say, all right, we agree on these photos to go, done, sorted, no worries.
Yeah.
So when it comes time to put them up, they've both agreed to it and they just put them in as an exhibit and publish them. Done, sorted, no arguing.
Yeah. Carmen said 8 a.m.
Yep, that works for me. All right, sorry, folks.
Well,
yeah,
that's all, folks.
Yeah, he's pulled my plug.
Hi, AJ, who's not on screen.
Yes, I think so. Yep, that sounds good to me.
Just hitting the highlights.
Very good to me.
Then moving on. Moving along.
Moving right along. All right. Well, hopefully that should be a lot more because it's not exciting or interesting watching all this stuff.
No, I really wanted to see the medical examiner.
Yeah, me too. And if we can recap just the highlights and get to the good bits, then that's probably going to be more productive and more entertaining, I think, than sitting here all night watching him read case law and arguing. Sorry.
Yep. Well, at least the other trial had witchcraft.
Yeah.
I mean, Bri wasn't here to pee in his pants for us today, so.
Oh, all right. So tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I don't mind which of us hosts it. I'm happy to host if you like, AJ. That's fine with me. Or we can do half. I'll host the morning, seeing as I'm responsible for the afternoon. And then you can do the afternoon. How's that? All right. Mwah. Love to you all. Have a good rest of the day.
Governor. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. Thank you for watching, and we shall see you tomorrow. Have a listen to the new song, the new outro.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
And Debbie here filled your screen with